We'll do it live. Here we go. There we go. Yeah, so we got it going on. Getting all this stuff done for the fusion. Ooh, there's an ancient shard. That up. The new month, December. I think that's my second ancient shard. There are some progressives going on today, which as a free-to-play player, I basically ignore because they don't really exist. By the way, I looked at this champion recently. Name's like Chard. Something the Chard. Not, I don't know, kind of a weird kit. I'll show you. Cracklin the Blackened, not the Chard. Cracklin the Blackened, which I kind of like the name. It's kind of funny looking. Decent A1, right? Each hit has a 100% chance of placing a heal reduction debuff for 2 turns. Like I'm thinking Amius in Centranos. Teams up with a random ally. We have stuff like that. Like Mikage has something like that, so that's not bad. AoE weaken is always good. Decrease accuracy. Increases duration of all continuous heals. A little bit of a weird ability, but at least it's an AoE attack. And then this is restores 50% of each ally's destroyed max HP. Places a reflect damage and a continuous heal buff. This feels like a weak skill. And then whenever a continuous heal buff is activated on an ally, it has a 50% chance when booked to decrease the duration of all debuffs on that ally by 1 turn. Like this should just be 100%. I don't know. It's like close to a cool kit. Stats are decent. It's close to a cool kit, but it feels a little bit underwhelming. I don't know that anybody would be really pushing for that unless there's a use for that champion that I haven't thought of yet that, you know, is out there. All right, let's get our screen into position. Always do this every week. Hey, Silver Bullet, Dread, Blackson. I'll call you Black. Burso, Hawk, Ace, Daniel, Crop. Hey, Crop Show. What's up, buddy? Crop has recently joined one of the Coal Red Plays cluster clans. We're happy to have you. Sean Mallet, patent teacher. All right. I'm doing all right. I've been playing a lot of King Arthur while I'm trying to still play Raid and do the fusion. I've got to say, you know, generally, Raid right now for me, especially since the last maybe 6 weeks or so, I've really trimmed back how much I'm doing in Raid. And I found that that's more enjoyable for me. You know, like I'm still doing things. I pulled a lot of new champions. I'm still doing things, but I'm only investing in like 1 or 2 things a day in terms of time. I'm not doing a ton of reworking. You know, I'm just kind of like, all right, a little bit of a coast. That's fine. Get us through to the Christmas fusion, and then we can reinvest in the new year. But for right now, it's been, you know, relatively chill. You can see like every day I get in here and I do my dailies. I try to knock them out pretty early. I do my advanced, try to knock those out pretty early. I was getting into Centranos. That was where I was spending energy. But as you can see, I've been a little bit stalled here in hard mode this rotation, which is worse than normal. Normally I get somewhere into here and I usually can clear out all the other ones. And it's like, I have champions that can do this. I just haven't had the time. And that's really what it comes down to. You have to dedicate the time. So like I have some decent champions for a lot of these spots, especially I think this one. Like I should be able to get through this one, but I just haven't had the time to really sit down and try to figure out how I want to push through. You know, do I need to rebuild someone in a bolster set or something like that? Or what? You know, do I need to like 6-star a new champion? I do have some good, you know, potential 6 stars here to provide some damage. One of the downsides of this team is that it doesn't, you know, Yannika's okay, but it doesn't rock a lot of damage. But I do have, you know, like Lord Shazar, I could 6-star. I got Basilius here, I could 6-star. I even got Gorlos Helmaw here, who's pretty good. AoE drop defense. Plus, he hits decently hard. And he would be an epic, so I'd have all the books for him. In fact, he's already got one book on him. That must have been before empowerment was a thing. I must have booked him with a copy of himself. You know, so like I could push through this, but I just haven't had the time or the focus to do it. So I feel like I'm letting the account down a little bit. I still have a couple of days to get in here and take on Amius, and I think I should be able to do Amius this rotation in both hard and normal, because this is one of the rotations I've done it in hard before. I don't know if this was the team exactly. I think I was just messing around. I was trying to see if this would become a full auto. But I do have like Pythion here. You know, we have other options for HP burns and stuff. You know, Necmo for extra speed. Got all sorts of things that we could do here. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with Amius in a couple of days. Dread, you've started backing off raid lately as well. Yeah, definitely happens. Hey, Ethan. Family's doing well, thank you. My boy is he got to meet all his cousins over Thanksgiving, which was really fun. They all got to meet him. So prior to this point, you know, the family's spread out a little bit. We have a lot of people in New England or nearby, but the family's spread out a little bit. But also we've just kind of been careful as, you know, like germs and babies. But he's getting to 7 months now, and you know, his immune system's a little more robust. So it was we played Pass the Baby for Thanksgiving, and that was the first time we kind of let that happen. And he did really well. He did really well. Everybody was so excited to meet him and hang out with him. King Arthur has that new car smell right now. Yes, it does. Hey, Buggy. This is my account right now, yes. Is Yasu good? Apparently, he's very good. I haven't really looked at him much because it's a Void Legendary, and I don't get too worked up over Void Legendaries. You know, like, I'm not worried about the hot new thing because you never know, you know, what you're going to actually get. But yeah, apparently he's really good in, I think, Hydra especially. Let's look at the reviews here. Hydra 4.9. So, nice high attack numbers. 1,630. That's pretty high. Not like the highest ever. Decent speed at 103. Places an extra hit if the target is under a buff. Places 2 extra hits if the target is under a buff and is from the Undead Horror factions. Okay. Grants an extra turn if this attack kills an enemy. Not bad. Single target 2 hits. Destroys the target's max HP. Does not work against bosses. The damage inflicted by this skill increases for each buff and debuff on the target. So you can stack a bunch of debuffs and get more damage. So that makes sense. Will ignore 50% of the target's defense as well as Stone Skin Shield and Strengthen buff. So good for Arena. All enemies except the initial target receive damage equal to 25% of the damage dealt to the initial target. So all of his single target abilities are AoEs. And this extra damage will ignore 100% of the enemy's defense. So every hit becomes an AoE. That's why he's good in Hydra. Plus he's good for ignoring Stone Skin, Shield, and Strengthen in Arena. So yeah, very good champion. And crazy attack numbers. So if his multipliers are good at all, he probably pumps the damage. Plus, if you look at his books, this is 30% books on the A1. That's a lot of extra damage. 20% here is about standard. 20% here is about standard, but still solid. Sometimes you see 15 or even 10% on the damage books. But so the damage books are good. So if his multipliers are any good, he probably hits super hard. Hey, Vincent. How you doing? Thanks, Daniel. Is Ollie already playing raid? Ollie is in transit right now. He's flying home. So we picked an account for him. He decided he didn't want to start from scratch. He had an old account. He used to play like periodically, very lightly, you know, and he didn't necessarily want to start from scratch. He thought maybe he wanted to start from scratch, but then I showed him I had an extra account sitting around with a ninja on it, and he was like, "Ooh, ninja!" And so he decided to play that account. So it's like a level 50 account, but it does have ninja and Wukong and those login champions. So he's pretty excited about that. We'll see how we'll see if that holds. Because last year we also talked about Raid, and he started playing for like 2 days and then he quit. So he might be interested, he might not be. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, King Arthur has been fun. It's been really fun. I've been playing a lot. In fact, I've got it open on my other screen right now. Probably hear the music. And I've been getting into it. It's a really attractive game. I love the depth of the story. Like it's got a nice deep storyline, which is cool. And I don't know how long I will play it because I haven't yet hit the mid game. You know, when you hit the mid game, that mid game depends. Like, what's the monetization? What's the, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. Right now I'm playing it free to play. I haven't spent any money, but if it's good and I feel like their monetization isn't bad, then I'll consider spending. While we're here, I may as well do some Ice Golem. So let's go. All right, just fine. Can't seem to beat stage 21 Undead Hordes. That is a very tricky one. That was the last one I ever beat, Dread, so it can be tricky. You got him during it 2 times and you don't know how to build him. If you're talking about Yasu, build him as an arena nuker. That's probably what I would do. So, you know, need that 100% crit rate, lots of crit damage, decent amount of speed, high attack. As far as the sets are concerned, you know, it kind of depends where you are and what you're seeing. He ignores Stone Skin, so you could certainly just go for damage and not worry about, like, putting him in Stone Skin yourself. Or you could put him in Stone Skin and then, you know, let that... Like, you won't have to win, you know, every go first race then. You could, you know, build him sort of around a go first team and a go second team at different times. So, yeah. How do you beat the last level? Oh, that was supposed to be the end of it. What happened there? I have not seen this outcome here on Ice Golem. Sorry, let me get rid of that sound. That's a different game sound. You're hearing King Arthur in the background there. Sorry about that. All right, what's going on here? Well, that still worked, I guess. I beat dwarves with Goffred at level 50. I put Goffred in, and I was like stuck at like stage, I want to say like stage 15, maybe even like 13. And I got Goffred at 50 and I built him, and he just walked me all the way up to 21. That's how good Goffred was for faction grips. I didn't even have Newt at the time. This predated Newt. And I'm trying to think if I had what 60s I might have had in the Dwarven faction. I think I had Bulwark might have been my only 60. I had a Trunda I had just pulled but wasn't built particularly well. I don't know if she might have been 60 as well. And then it was like Goffred, Melga, and I don't even think it was RKD, but it might have been Runekeeper Dazzler all at 50. I see her build is pretty good. I can show you after this run. Yeah, I recently got a lot more stars on Seer. I had to buy them all. But I bought the 5-star and the 6-star. I was actually at like a 2-star, and I think I might have pulled the 4-star or something like that, and then I bought the 5 and the 6-star. I don't know. I feel like I bought all of them, but I don't know if that's true. But I bought a whole bunch recently, and I got her up to 6 stars. So now she hits very hard, and she's got a pretty good build on her. I'll show you in just a second. Hey, Slyfo. Slyflo. You know, Sean, I've played hero collectors that have small rosters of heroes, and I don't find that they go stale quickly. I played a game for a while called Mythic Heroes, and that launched with about like 50 heroes. And this actually has, like, King Arthur has more. And I actually really liked it. That's a hard one to get rid of, but I don't need 5 stars. And then they released, at a much slower pace than Raid did, but at a consistent pace. So there would typically be like, there would be a monthly release for like the top level hero, and then so they kind of had like mythics, legendaries, and epics, and then everything else was like just kind of commons, whatever you would call it. So there were kind of three. There weren't even really 3 rarities that you used. You used 2 rarities. You used the top 2 rarities. So it was basically mythics and legendaries. And so there would be a new mythic once a month, and then there would be like 2 or 3 legendaries. And they rolled them out relatively slowly. Maybe not even 2 or 3, maybe just 1 or 2 legendaries. And it was great. It was great because you weren't constantly chasing new champions. You were always investing in the champions that you had. You were always building. Duplicates were really valuable. You'd get duplicates, and that was a way that you could power up your champions. And the gameplay didn't get stale because there was so much to do in the game. And it feels like there's a lot to do in King Arthur. But, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, longevity in these games is always a bit tricky to, accomplish. Right, so here's my Seer. As you can see, the attack numbers aren't crazy, right? 3,600 is relatively low in terms of attack, but 290% crit damage. She's got a lot of accuracy. I rebuilt her with less attack because I originally had her, I think, over 4,000 attack. But I built her with less attack and more accuracy for the Odin dungeon because you needed a high accuracy to strip all the buffs off of the ads in the Odin dungeon. So, so she used to hit a little bit harder, but she wasn't as accurate. So now, and I found that she's in a really nice place in terms of, she's got a 6-star crushing rend on her. So she ignores, 1% defense for every 10 levels, which on stage 20, I forget what it's like 220 or something like that. So let's go ahead and look. Or 180. What is it? 260. That's the boss, though. Are the ads at 260? Forgot my drink. I left it downstairs. Yeah, they're 260. So she's ignoring 26% of their defense, just based on that. So she's very nice right now, in a really good spot. There are a couple of places where she doesn't totally clear the waves where she did before I built her with all the extra accuracy. So she could use a little bit more attack. I would love to get like another 500 attack on her. That would be really good. And then I think she would be perfect. Hey, Colin. How long did it take to save for the 5 and 6-star soul? I don't know, because I wasn't saving for her specifically. I was just saving. I'm always saving, right? So a good few months, maybe 3 or 4 months at least, to get that 6-star soul, something like that. And for an epic, I think for the 6-star soul, it's 100 of the essences, and for a legendary, it's 200. I think that's what it is. So you're basically saying to yourself, when you go for the 6-star Seer soul, you're like, okay, that's 100 essences that I can't put towards a legendary. So it was a tough decision. But then I was like, you know what? This one champion is going to speed up my dungeon clears so much that I think it's worth the investment. So legendary is 300. Okay. I don't know why we're slowing down here. All right, I'm going to shut down King Arthur for now. It's playing over on my other monitor. Yeah, but so which of the last crazy pulls are you going to build first? So I've already built Odin. Odin's built. I already built Shuzhen. She's built. I think I've built. Did I build Venus? I don't know if I put gear on her yet, but she has all her scrolls for masteries. And then I am currently running Tahana Rock and Sulfurion through through Minotaur. So they're getting their scrolls right now. I do my best to save resources, and you do your best to spend resources. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I'll show you the champions that I've pulled recently. So they're all void legendaries. Right. So here's my Odin. And this was the first build I put him in, and it's okay. It's not bad. He's not quite fast enough where I'd want him to be, but I built him with a ton of accuracy for all content for PvP as well. So you can see he's got 10% more crit rate than he needs, but I haven't been able to swap that out. So I'd like to swap out that 10% crit rate and pick up. And the reason is that I ascended this after I built him, and he got the 10% crit rate on it. So I'd like to get another 15 speed on him if I could, or 20 speed. A little bit more crit damage would be nice too. So the crit damage isn't bad here at 214, but I would love this around 250, 260. The stats are okay. The stats are okay. Really, I leaned into the accuracy and I try to push the speed as much while still having 100% crit rate. And it's hard to do all of those stats. He's such a stat hungry champion. And I didn't pull gear from anybody. This was just the gear that I had sitting there. I literally didn't pull gear from anybody. So, I could still potentially get more speed out of like a 6-star boot that has a speed ascension. I could get another 17 speed there. And then I could potentially get, I've got 6-star pieces here that might be faster or hit harder. So we'll see. We'll see if I change him up. But right now, I've just been kind of learning what he does. He hits so hard. He hits so hard, especially in arena. In arena, he just nukes out like he's an assassin. It's weird because he's a support, but he will nuke pretty much anybody. I don't know if he's ever failed to one-shot a champion. I've never used him against a Rotos, obviously, but I don't know that he's ever failed to one-shot a champion. Shuzen here is built pretty well. I'm pretty happy with this build. I was able to get her to 365 speed, which is pretty fast for me considering that all of my best speed is on my Arbiter. So she's within striking distance of Arbiter, which is nice. She's a good second fastest champion. I would love to push this like another 20 speed if I could. I don't know that I can do that right now. I just don't have that. I have some good rolls here. You can see this triple speed, which is really nice. The boots with the speed ascension. A lot of double rolls. So unless I, and even another triple roll here, some max glyphs. So what I would need to do is like find 6-star triple rolls or stuff like that wouldn't go on my Arbiter somehow and would end up on her to get her faster. So I like her. She's in a very good place. She's helped me in live arena. I'm now sitting on the cusp of gold 2. Like I've pushed into gold 2 and I keep falling back and I get promoted and I get demoted. So that's sort of where I'm hovering right now. Here's Venus. Okay, so Venus doesn't have gear yet, but you can see she has all of her scrolls. She is level 60. So I just have to get some gear on her. She'll probably go into Hydra because of this decreased defense and weaken. Tahanarok and Sulfurion were the most recent pulls. And you can see I'm working on their scrolls currently. And so they are in Minotaur just running up. And in fact, I'll show you this. So this is just literally, I'm just running them two right now. I'm not running 4 champions that need masteries because I want to build them faster. I don't want to have to wait as long and do as many runs to get them up to speed, especially Sulfurion. I don't even know if I'm going to use Tahanarok that much. I'm trying to envision a place where she would, fit. And I have some ideas, but there's no pressing need for that. Whereas for Sulfurion, I have several ideas. I'm going to try them in Spider Hard mode. I'm going to try them in a couple of places. And we'll see what's what. I also have to do some research. I haven't had time because of the holiday week. I haven't had time to like sit down and watch what other content creators have done on these champions. And I do that a lot. Like this is something that I need to do because I don't have all these champions. So whenever I get a new champion, I do a little research. Obviously, I'll do play testing as well. But I want to see what other people who have had the champion for a while have experimented with. What have they done with that champion? So we'll do that as well. All right. I have a little bit of a hoarse throat and I left my drink downstairs. So I'm going to play one of these. I'll be right back. Gotta go get my drink. Kate. Good to see you, Kate. You didn't scare me away. I just got my drink. Always good to see you. All right, so this is a Takeover Tuesday live stream, so hopefully you've enjoyed that little review of my account, but let's go ahead and talk about your account. So if you haven't done this before, you need to be a member of my Discord community. There's a link in the description of this live stream. Just click on that. That'll bring you into the Discord. There is a channel in the Discord called The Wheel of Takeover. It's down in the coaching corner section. You want to head down there. Let me, okay. So The Wheel of Takeover. I'm going to go ahead and reset all the reactions there. All right, so in the channel called The Wheel of Takeover, there is a message that literally reads, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. You can just react to that message once or 100 times. Doesn't matter. You're only entered once. Remember that if you've won in the last 90 days, you cannot win again. We're probably going to change that policy in the new year to like 180 days because we have a lot of people. So react to the message. We'll spin the wheel. And whoever gets picked by the wheel wins the free takeover. Now, I will send you a DM. I want you to DM me back with your login information. So you need your email address and your password for your account. Send that back to me. I'll start the login process. And then you can just DM me what kind of takeover you're looking for. I will give you a new role so that you can join me in the coaching voice channel where I'm currently sitting. And then I want you to mute your stream because there is about a 10-second delay between what I'm saying and what you're hearing. So this way you can hang out with me in the voice channel. You'll hear me in real time. You won't be able to use your microphone, but you will be able to hear me and DM me back any information about what we're doing. Okay. And all of the takeovers are on the table today, but a reminder that if you ask for a gear cleanse, it will be a limited gear cleanse, somewhere in the vicinity of 15 to 30 minutes of a gear cleanse. I'll kind of talk through my gear cleanse philosophy, do a mini gear cleanse for you, but I'm not going to make everybody watch an hour and a half of gear cleansing because that's ridiculous. So that's that. That's that. I think I got everything. Did I miss anything? Can I show my Lady Mikage? Sure. This is my Lady Mikage. You can see speed and perception. 525 accuracy. She's decently tanky. I wouldn't mind a little bit more HP on her. 311 speed is fast. I don't need her that fast for PvE, but I run her in PvP. She doesn't have enough resistance really to matter, but a little bit of resistance is never a bad thing in Arena. Realistically, if you're running resistance in Arena, you're trying to resist Armons where I am. Like, that's what you're trying to resist. Or maybe like a Yumiko you're trying to resist. Or a Warlord, or maybe a Hegemon. And that really requires like 800 resistance, you know? So this is just enough resistance to resist like maybe the occasional Wukong or something, or the UDK, you know, but usually not. So it's almost like I should just strip this resist out of here and, you know, get her faster or more HP or something. So yeah, it has been a while, Kate. Hope you're doing well. Am I going to build the dupe Mesomel that Ollie pulled? That's a really good question, and I'm not 100% sure. So, if you didn't see, my nephew pulled my shards this weekend for Black Friday. He did really well in terms of return, but he hit a lot of dupes, and he did hit a mythical for me, but it's the one I have. Like, you know, obviously I have Lady Mikage, so I have two, but I really, you know, this is the only one I've ever pulled, and he pulled the dupe. So the question is, as a free-to-play player, do I empower her? Now, you know, if you look at the empowerment, the +1 empowerment is pretty weak, right? So if I go ahead and empower her, I get this. This is what I get. I get 10% HP, 10% defense, 15 resist, 15 accuracy, and 10% attack. She doesn't need accuracy. Resistance is kind of useless, like we were just talking about. She's an attack-based damage dealer, so really only the HP and attack play. Right? Even the defense is not really that important for her, although it's a little bit helpful. Now, this would empower the next stat boost, right? So when you get a +2, then you get, I think, speed, and you might get some crit damage. But am I ever, literally ever, going to get a third Mezamel as a free-to-play player? Right now, I could get really unlucky, and like my next mythical could be a Mezamel, and then it would be like, well, is that lucky or unlucky? I don't know, you know. So the real benefit seems to be not from empowering, but from building the duplicate. Now, I do have 12, tomes here. So I could build her and get her pretty good. But the first one isn't even fully booked. Like I could get ignore resistance there. This is the only thing at all that requires accuracy on her kit is this decreased defense on her A1. So that's why I didn't even bother. And then if you look at her alternate form, I could buff the damage on the A1 and then the cooldown on the A2. This cooldown would not be bad. Oh yeah, there is a true fear here, but whatever. Like you don't use her for these debuffs, right? You just use her for damage. So, the question becomes like, if I build a second one and I book her, how do I use her? Do I just pick her twice in arena? Do you know what I mean? Like, do I just, in live arena, I pick 2 of them so one can't get banned? She doesn't get banned that often anyway. It would give me another ignore Stone Skin champion, but it's only a single target. I feel like it would be more worth my while to invest in bomb champions. Bomb champions aren't perfect, of course, because they can be cleansed or debuff blocked. Where are the bombs? There they are. What's going on here? Oh, upgrade skills. That's why. I'm in the. I forgot I was here. So yeah. So I have, I have a good Nishak, but I do have a Lord Shazar as well, and so I could definitely invest in him. I have a second Nishak, and this feels like a little bit better option for arena. Book him out, build him out, and then he's really good because this decreases the detonation countdown by 1 turn if this attack is critical, which could be really nice. 32% speed aura in arena, so even a faster aura than my Arbiter. And it would give me a second bomb champion. Plus he can increase attack on himself, which is really nice. So I don't know. Hey James, congrats or welcome, rather, or both. Can't pick 2 of the same champs in Gold Arena. That's a good point. Yeah, can't even do it in Gold Arena. So yeah. Hey JB, good to see you. Yeah, I mean, if they ever add mythical faction guardians, which they probably will at some point, like it would make sense for them to do it at some point. And then that would be a way to get a little bit of stats. But if it's going to be the same thing, it's going to be 10% HP again. Like, how valuable is that? So I'm really stuck. Like any other mythical, other than a dupe, would have been more valuable, I think, than a second Mezamel. Even like the worst other mythical would have still been a mythical I didn't own, right? Would have helped me somewhere. Now, one thing I could do is I could build a second Mezamel for PvE. I could like build her for Hydra or something. But I don't know how valuable that would be, right? We'd be running her in her second form to get the AoEs. It's cool that it does not trigger counterattacks. You can't place True Fear on the bosses, though, so you don't get the extra attack there. But I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to see about the Chimera. So that could be someplace. I don't know. I haven't done a review of the Chimera yet. I know the information is out there, but it's been Thanksgiving and I've been trying to catch up on stuff. So mythical blessing bonuses, they already do. Oh, do you mean they'll have mythical blessings specifically, like a tier of mythical blessings? I don't know that they'll do that. I do not know that they do that. But if you look at the mythicals have like an extra bonus for stats on top of what legendaries get. So they do have that. Yeah. All right, so let's go ahead and look at the reactions here. We've got plenty of reactions for the takeover. I'm going to give it one more minute. So if anybody hasn't reacted to the message in the Discord, you want to do that now. And then that'll enter you into the takeover. And yeah, we usually start our first takeover round 2. I usually try to do 2 90-minute takeovers. That's usually what I try to do. We'll see. Sometimes I go long. Often I go long. Everybody knows my live streams always go overtime. But I've been trying to promise my wife that I won't, because Tuesdays are a little bit rough. We don't have any childcare help on Tuesdays. And so if I go long, she's kind of waiting for me to get there so she can hand me the baby and take care of some stuff, get herself some food, you know. Announce in Discord that I am live. Okay. It's always a little tricky for me. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. There we go. Hopefully that does the trick. All right, so that's enough time. Let's go ahead and spin this wheel. Good luck to everybody. Gotta head to the feed store. Well, maybe when you get back. We got Lucifer. Congrats. I don't know. Is that at Phoenix Lucifer? Is that what that is? All right, we got a new winner. Civic, good to see you, buddy. That's true, Skull. That's true. I mean, you know, when you have a duplicate, it's like some champions, it's great. You know, if you have a duplicate Newt, congrats, you just won the game. You know, and then you have other duplicates where you're like, they're kind of usable, like duplicate Arbiter. That's not too bad. You could use a second Arbiter. You know, and then you have duplicates where you're like, okay, this is only in a very niche case would you ever build this duplicate, you know, like Mezamel. It's like the chances are I don't really ever build her. He just sits there, and but that's okay. Dupe Thor is good. Dupe Artak is good. I would take both of those champions as dupes. Yeah. Dupe Mythical Ashnar? Who's Ashnar? I don't even know all the mythicals, I guess. What faction is Ashnar? Ah, okay. Yeah, I don't know this guy very well. HP burner. HP and defense. Seems kind of cool. AoE provoke. Seems decent. I don't know that you'd want to dupe necessarily, but that's okay. All right, I got the login information, so I'm going to swap over now. Oh, I got to do a little management here. Dark the Enigma, welcome to Barbarian. The Horde grows. Welcome back. Good to see you, Dark. Sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of management here. Got to remove some old accounts. You can only have 9 accounts, I think. So they always get filled up every week. And this is also weird. Why are we looking at this background? This is not the background that we're supposed to be looking at. We're supposed to be looking at that background. Clearly, that's what we're supposed to be looking at. All right, Lucifer, let me know what kind of account takeover you're looking for. Oh, and let me get you into... Yeah, let me give you the roles. All right, so you can join me in the coaching voice channel now anytime you want. Why spin the wheel in the first second of going live? What are you talking about? BM, look, man, I've been live for 45 minutes. I just happened to put the Discord notification up because somebody told me that it didn't go out. But you're right. Fair. Maybe I should have waited a couple more minutes. But I've been live for 45 minutes. So if you get notifications from the YouTube channel, then you would know. But I apologize. It wasn't my intent to rob you of your chance. Just happened to be when those things happen. All right. All right. So we've got a level 66 account. So on the newer side, right? But still working towards 180 days. Towards 180 days. So when I say on the newer side, some people will be like, hey, that's 6 months. That's not on the newer side. And that's fair. Like, it's not brand new. I'm not saying that. But so this is something that I always do. And if you don't know why I do this, I always do kind of a bit of an account review because I'm trying to get a feel for what the account is, right? Like how the player is playing it, where they are in terms of progress and their understanding of the game. Now, Seal of the Drakes at 180 days, that's a significant investment of time. However, level 66 can be reached much faster than 180 days. So this tells me that Lucifer is not super hardcore in terms of playing 5 hours a day, right? Not a casual player, not, totally backed off. You've got the XP boost, you've got the, the Forge grade pass and all that stuff. So it's like you're investing some money in this a little bit at least. We'll look at the roster, and that also gives me a sense of, okay, how many champions have you gotten in that less than 180 days? That will tell me a little bit about your level of spending. So for instance, if we just look at, the legendaries and the mythics here, it's like, okay, you have Lady Mikage. To get Lady Mikage in under 180 days, either you pulled her, I could check to see if it's fusion, or you did the fusion, which means you spent money, probably, or got extremely lucky. Yeah, so you fused her, right? So this is sort of how I do a little bit of an assessment of like what the player's mindset is, their time investment, their money investment. And again, no judgment implied. You play the way that makes sense to you. You know what I mean? Whatever way makes sense to you. But so a level 66 account with this many legendaries is typically a spender, right? Has to be. And somebody with 180 days or close to 170 days, whatever we're at, with this roster also has to be a spender. But when we look at the number of 6-star champions, right? 33, decent. Definitely for the time frame. And all of those are like further along than the account level of 66, which tells me, a spender who spends in order to gain some progress, to get some champions, and doesn't want to spend a ton of time in the game every day, which is fine. I spend too much time in this game. I am not criticizing. So just gives me a sense. All right, so Lucifer, have you joined me in channel? You have. Okay, great. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what kind of account takeover you are looking for today? Arena takeover or general account review, please. Sure. Well, let's start with the general account review because that's pretty easy, and then we'll get into arena. So you've been around long enough to get Artak and Wukong and Ninja, and that would be Loki then, and also probably Adelaide isn't. I don't Adelaide, whatever. Adeline. So that tells me that you played for a while and then stopped playing and then came back, right? Is that what happened? And you weren't here during the Adeline chase. You also are not old enough as like an account to have gotten, say, Deliana or Rhonda, so you weren't playing back there. Now you have Yasu. We were just talking about that. So that could be a solution for you in Arena. We've got Prince Kaimar, who's great in Arena. Thor is great in Arena. Wukong is great in Arena. I don't know about Supreme Kale for Arena. I know he's very good. He's got all these AoEs and poisons and stuff, but I don't think he's really an Arena champion, but I could be wrong. You've got Hansel. Do you have Gretel? I don't see Gretel. You do have Freya. And then you've got Androck, who I sometimes see in Arena. I don't know how focused. Again, I'm not great with the mythical champions, so be aware of that. I don't think I see him that often in Arena. I see him sometimes, but not often. Wukong was a promo champ? Okay. You started playing 6 months ago? So you got Wukong from your promo code, and then you got a second Wukong. You must have pulled a second Wukong. I think there's a second Wukong here, right? Thought I saw a second. Yeah, there's the second Wukong. So you pull the second Wukong from a shard. So just looking at your 60s, I mean, you have Deacon Armstrong, you have Geo, so you've got the two best epics in the game. Duke the Pierce is really good. You've got a 6-star blessing on him. Seeker is absolutely fantastic. It's going to help you in Clan Boss. You got Demitha, who's going to help you in Clan Boss. You got Godseeker, who's going to help you in Sand Devil's Necropolis. Ruella helps you against all bosses. You've got Ugo for Hydra. You've got Cryodan for Fire Knight Hard Mode. You've got Seer for Wave Clear. You've got Allure for things like Dark Fae and Fire Knight. So you've got a really good slate of epics. You've even got a Shamil down here for Hydra. You're going to want to build him relatively soon for Hydra. I wouldn't overly invest in Dark Elhain, but you do have her. You also have a Kempton who's very good. You got Husk. So you've got a lot of really good epics. You've got Whisper. You got Morag with a 5-star blessing. As far as the rares are concerned, 6-star blessing on your Kale. You do have Eris, which makes me think, I'm pretty sure you have a Myth Air composition, right? For the Clan Boss, maybe with Ninja. He's tricky to speed tune, but maybe if you've speed tuned him with Ninja as your Clan Boss damage dealer, then that's going to be very good. Yeah, too bad you didn't get Gretel because she ended up with Hansel, and that would be a nice duo for Arena, but that's okay. You don't need them. You've got a Neldor down here for Fire Knight Hard Mode eventually. He'll pair really well with your Cryodan. You have any good ally attackers? I don't see anybody jumping out at me as an ally attacker. It's a Blind Seer. Lanicus is the ally attacker. You have Mikage. Okay. So you do have the ally attack that you need for Fire Knight Hard Mode. Stania, okay. Yeah. All right. So let's go ahead and look at a couple of places just to see where you stand. I want to check your Clan Boss. And do you have Lucifer? Okay, it is Lucifer. I always do that. I'm trying to go for Clan Bosses. I always go for dungeons. $72.36 million one key here with the Geomancer Myth Air composition. Just squeaking by on the Force Affinity. So that's nice. That's nice that you're there. That does limit us a little bit in terms of Arena. Let's just look at where your speed is on your Deacon. It's probably like 230 or something. No, it's 185. So, running Deacon down at that speed takes away some of the things that we can do in Arena. Let's look at your Arbiter missions. Okay, so you've completed Arbiter, and you're just on your Ramontu. You just started your Ramontu. I didn't see Arbiter. She's not built yet. Did you just get her, maybe? There she is. 6 stars. Okay. At 238. All right. Yeah. Yeah, so you've got good champions. But one of the things that's kind of hard to bypass with money, unless you're spending a lot of money, is gear, right? Gear takes time to grind, especially like good perception gear, which just you have to get from faction crypts. So this 275 that you have on your Mikage is really nice. That's a good spot for her to be with the 525 accuracy. So this is a nice build for Mikage. she's a little squishy, you know, at 36,000 HP and only 2,400 defense. So that could potentially be a problem in some places. But you've got the speed and the accuracy you need. You know, and it looks like you're not glyphed with a lot of stuff. So you could potentially get some more defense and HP on her. You could also look for a different, potentially, let's see. So like I might go for this pinpoint piece. Let's upgrade this. Let's see if we land. If we land even one roll into accuracy, that would be fine. 2 would be nice. There we go. Let's take, well, take it up to 12. I just realized you don't have much silver. So this is going to get you some more HP. Once you glyph it, you'll get defense on it. And then I would go ahead and take that ring up as well and glyph everything. And you want to glyph all, like, your percentage HPs and your deep flat defense and all that stuff. Like, you want to glyph all of those. The speed as well. If you're not speed tuning with her, you just want as much speed as possible. So go ahead and do that. And you know, you might be able to get her another 5,000 or 6,000 HP, which would be helpful. Not enough. Maybe another 200 or 300 defense. Sometimes that's all you need, though, right? Like a little bit, kind of do it incrementally, is going to be beneficial. And then, you know, maybe down the road you end up swapping this out for another better 6-star accuracy banner. But for right now, you know, this is a good Mikage. Not a bad ninja either. Thor's slow, but it looks like you've got him in 6-star Slayer. Is that what it is? 6-star Slayer. So that's very nice. The problem is he's slow, right? That's always going to be hard. You have 1 speed substat. That's why. And then you've got the 5% speed there. You got 1 speed substat here, and you could push that as well. Accuracy is a little low at 240. But, you know, so spenders, and take this with a grain of salt for me, because I'm free to play. So I don't really know about spending. Like, I don't know what it takes. You know what I mean? I don't know how much money gets you what. I just don't know that. But I will say this. When I do takeovers of spenders, what seems to happen is their roster advances more quickly than their gear. So it feels like maybe you're in a similar situation where you have enough good gear for like 3 or 4 champions, and that's it. But you have, you know, if we're just looking at the 6-star champions, you have 33 6-star champions, but you have gear enough for like a quarter of, you know, to be really good. Now, to be fair, some of these don't require crazy gear. You know, like if you've got your Demytha in the right spot, you've got your Deacon and your Seeker in the right spot. It's like these don't need crazy gear. They're getting the job done for now, and that's important. You're getting your resources. Your Geomancer is where he needs to be. You've got the 1 key on most of the affinities. You know, maybe on some it's 2 key for Ultra Nightmare. That's fine. That's totally fine. But so now what we've really got to do is we've got to concentrate on gear. Now there are a couple of places where you can concentrate on gear. If you are buying Forge Passes, let's see if you bought the Forge Pass. You did. You bought the Forge Pass. So Forge Passes are a good place to get really good gear, because then you can come in here to the Forge, right? And you can get the sets like Slayer. If Slayer comes back around, you could get Slayer. Defiant is another one. Righteous is another one. Bolster and Instinct, right? I think those are the 5. And I think there's a new one coming. They mentioned a new one, I think. So this is good. Now, Instinct, you've got a lot of Instinct gear, and Instinct is going to help you build your damage dealers hard hitting and fast, right? That 12% speed is like a speed set, ignores 20% of the enemy's defense, which is really nice. You're like, is it as good as, you know, lethal? It's hard to say, right? If you're lacking speed, it's better than lethal. If you're not lacking speed and you're lacking crit rate, then it's not as good as lethal. But lethal is another thing that we want to get in here and do a lot of. So Doom Tower, and getting up through Doom Tower hard and getting to a point where you can at least get, that first Dark Fae in hard and get some stuff there. So like we want to be able to clear this. This is an important clear. And a lot of this will come from kind of unexpected sources sometimes. So let's see. Let's see. Who do we have? By the way, lifesteal goes on damage dealers, not supports, right? Because you have to hit really hard to get the value out of this. And Rio is really a support. Now, I don't know if you have her in this particular build for a reason, but you want to get her into probably just perception would be good on her. And you're going to need a lot of perception gear. All right, so Godseeker Neri is not yet built. Brush is not really built. The Myth is built pretty well, obviously, but yeah, okay. You have Geomancer and Lifesteal. Gotcha. Here we go. Slow, though. All right, I'm going to look for some blood shield accessories and just see where you have any blood shield accessories that are outstanding. Doesn't look like you have any blood shield stuff. I know you have a few rings on champions currently. So those would be the champions that are going to make it easiest to beat Scarab Boss. So Artak would be really good. The problem is you would need him in regen and immortal to work. So this would require a rebuild, which I'd be happy to do. Actually, that'd be fun to get this done. The problem is you only have 2 million silver, and I don't know that we can do it for that amount of silver. The other champion that you have here, where is it? You had somebody. Godseeker could help. She could definitely help. But you had somebody in regen and immortal, was it? Yeah, it was Bible of the Thorn. He's also in a blood shield ring, so he's the one champion that's kind of built for it. But you can see he's not even fully up, and I don't think he's going to be fast enough. So I don't think he gets it done either. But you could literally duo just Bivold and Artak against Scarab Boss. That would work, right? Artak is strong affinity anyway. I think Bivold is neutral affinity, right? Bivold is spirit. I see spirit. Where is it? Yeah, so he's neutral affinity. You've got the HP in all battles. If you get both of them in regen and immortal, you might not even need Artak and regen and immortal with Bivold because Bivold gives you stuff. The problem here with this, there's going to be a couple of problems. One is that the boss steals buffs, and that becomes problematic for you. But let's actually see. Does he steal them, or just remove them? I forget. He steals the buffs. So if you have continuous heals, I think, does Bivold have continuous heals? I think he does. No, it's just a straight heal. Okay, so that's not so bad. And then with the emergency heal and the shield ring, you're going to get enough survivability, I think, from Bivold with the leech. But he does place a strengthen, which is going to get stolen. And he does place a shield, which is going to get stolen. So it'll take a while, but it should still happen. So this duo could duo probably not just this Scarab King, but the next one. You just need to have them built right. So if you get a little bit of silver before this rotation ends, I would say, or even for next time, you're doing Dark Fae. Dark Fae is so important that you really want to push this into, hard Doom Tower. I would go ahead and start with this. And again, anybody who has a Blood Shield ring on them is really good. If you get a Blood Shield ring on Godseeker, that would be great. You could also use I actually think Apothecary is really great for this fight because he's strong affinity. He gives you heals. He gives you increased speed. He does all that. Plus, if he's got the Blood Shield ring, he's just really hard to kill and he keeps your team alive. You could certainly use Wukong here to deal some damage. You could use Thor to deal some damage. If you have anybody in a lifesteal set that does good damage, you could also use, Venom Mage. Anybody that brings, Duke the Pierce. Anybody who's Hail. All of these are good potential damage dealers, but you need those Blood Shield rings. Or, it doesn't have to be a ring. It could be any kind of accessory. Because otherwise you have to bring your shields from skills, and that's problematic. Like you do have a shield here, but now let's look at your clan for a second. Because you're currently in a CVC. So 29 out of 30 seem to be okay. So maybe, if you win a CVC, like those Blood Shield accessories. So the rings here, you've got amulets here that are Blood Shield as well. Those could be really valuable for you in terms of pushing your Doom Tower. Who has a Blood Shield ring? Little Miss Annie has a Blood Shield ring. Okay. And she's booked. She's got the destroy max HP. So that would be a good fit. Yeah, that would be a really good fit. Again, you need sustain from somewhere. Right. So like if she were in lifesteal, maybe she could even solo it. I don't know. It depends on how fast you're running her and, how hard she's hitting. But again, you mix her in with, Artak and Bivold. Now you've got another damage dealer, right? We've got the leech out there from Bivold. That's going to help keep her alive potentially, and that might be enough. But what's going to happen is, like Bivold running at 156 is not nearly fast enough. And so you need to do kind of a rebuild here. Now you do have glyphs available, but anytime you're building anybody in regen, you want to think about speed because the more often you take a turn, the more that regen procs, right? The value of the regen in the Immortal set is that every turn you get healed. So the more turns, the more heals. So if we want to just take a look at your, regen gear, what we would do is just go substat speed. And let's look at regen and say, do we have a replacement for like this piece that has accuracy and HP, which is nice, but it doesn't have any speed? Like, all right, well, we've got some speed here potentially. All right, what about this one? We didn't get a lot of speed there. It is defense, which isn't bad, but it's about the same there. So let's go ahead and just roll this and see if we hit some speed. That's 1. Get another speed. That was a nice 5 roll. All right. So, you know, like if we ended up making this swap, we're picking up 9 speed there. All right, let's go ahead and look at the Immortal as well. There's Immortal. Oh, Immortal's down here. You know, and potentially, you know, we could swap it into other places depending on what speed we have on the. Yeah. Let's talk about primary stats of speed. Let's look at that too. So no Immortal or regen here. And again, you know, if you want to strip it from other people, you could do that as well. But it looks like, you know, you've got the 5-star speed boot there. I would say you want, like for RTAC, I'd say like if you could get to like a 230, 240 speed on RTAC, that would be a really nice speed. For Bivold, probably even like anything over 200 would be pretty good. You're not there to really push these speeds fast enough at this point. But every little bit of speed matters. Little bit of speed matters. So, you know, if you get a good team together, you might not need that much speed overall because the team kind of allows you to run with stats that aren't as good. That's where like a Godseeker and Neri comes in, right? So even if she's not built in regen and Immortal, if you can get a Blood Shield ring on her and just build her fast, get her to like 240 speed, then she's going to pump out so many heals with her A1 and her A2. She's going to give you that revive. She's going to give you that passive revive. It's so much security, you know? And then you can bring in your little Miss Annie, you know, and she doesn't necessarily need anything. You know, even running at this speed, it might be okay. If you could get a banner on her and get an additional 15 speed out of her, that could be really nice, you know? Now, she doesn't have the accuracy to land a lot of her debuffs. She only lands decreased defense, I guess, and heal reduction. But, you know, so that's a consideration. If you want to keep her in Relentless, obviously you can get more speed out of her there as well. So you can get another 16 speed here, and then potentially 15 speed, let's say, out of your banner. And now you're talking about, you know, 215 speed maybe, which would be a much better place to run her. That would be a good place. And then you could glyph for another 10 speed, you know, or another 12 speed. So you could get her to like 225 or something. That would be a really great place to run her. That would be awesome. That'd be awesome. In Relentless at 225 speed, you know, get an accuracy banner here. If you could get her accuracy up to like 220 or something, just so you can kind of hit some of those decreased defenses. Yeah, now you're talking, right? You can potentially get, do you have any accuracy substats? You do. You have 1, which is already glyphed, so you're not going to get anything there. But, you know, maybe, let's see. We have a good accuracy banner. This one, that one. No great accuracy banners at the moment. That's okay. For crit damage, a lot of times I look for accuracy as a substat on a crit damage amulet. So like this one here, 6 stars, right? That's going to give you more crit damage. Plus it's going to give you additional accuracy here. And you've got that. So. All right. So I do think, you know, gear has to be a priority. So the 2 places you have to prioritize are Doom Tower. Get those not the secret rooms, get those bosses down in Doom Tower hard mode and start farming the Doom Tower. I mean, Dark Phase, the most important one, that's for lethal gear, but there are a couple of other good ones. The best one probably is, the next best one is Griffin Boss with Guardian sets. Guardian sets are going to help you out. Again, if you can get that 5 and 6 star gear, it's going to be really good. Bloodthirst is also not bad for you. For where you are, you're going to find Bloodthirst is a very helpful set. It's going to fill in some gaps, right? It's better than Lifesteal because it lets you get to that 100% crit rate a little bit better. So you're going to be able to build it on certain damage dealers, and that's actually going to do really well for you. One damage dealer to consider putting in Lifesteal is Thor, depending on how you're using him, right? Like, I know Slayer feels really, really good on him, and it is. I'm not saying it's not. But if this is the best you can do in terms of speed on him in Slayer, you may want to consider pulling him out of Slayer and putting him into Bloodthirst. He does great in like Spider Hard in Bloodthirst. You know, he does so much damage on his AoEs, and he has so many AoEs that he's basically with a decent HP pool and a little bit of defense, he's basically immortal in lifesteal gear. Another champion that you could consider putting in lifesteal gear could be somebody like I noticed before. Who did you have? I think he had multiple copies. Jin Toro's another one. You know, again, this is not where you want to end up with these guys, but this could be even Hansel. This could be a place where you could kind of, you know, camp them for a little while and then wait for that merciless gear to come in, that Slayer gear to come in, you know, whatever the new set of gear that's going to come in with the new boss. It can be great to, you know, put Kale. You have him in lifesteal right now. Think about the fact that you could get him into a Bloodthirst, right? Get out of these 4-star pieces, get him into some 5 and 6-star pieces, get some more speed on him, get some more crit damage on him. You know, it's like he's built decently well, but you got him in 4-star gear, right? Imagine if he were running at 225 with 229% crit damage instead. You know, like he's going to be more valuable for you in more places. So I really think it's gear. I think it's gear. So the other place is faction wars. You know, so the important thing here is, yeah, you're in a good spot here. You want to push past the second boss if you can. Stage 13 is really the important one. That's where you start to get the legendary materials, but you get so few of them. You know, so if you can push up here towards the higher teens, that's really where you want to be. And, you know, so it's like, okay, what do we do here with the Lizardmen? You've got this hard carry in Venom Mage, right? You've got the Razin Scarhide, who can be your debuffer. Now what you need, hey, you've even got your Reviver. So you bring your, what the heck is the champion's name again? Sorry. Yeah, look how many copies you have of Broadmaw. Okay. So Broadmaw is your Reviver, right? So this is going to get you those 3 stars all the way. So you get Broadmaw up to 50. You don't need to go beyond that for Broadmaw. I like the Resilience gear. You know, this is good. Keep pushing the gear a little bit. Find some 5-star Resilience to replace it. You could go for like a shield set here on Broadmaw. That'd be fine. But I like this. Make them nice and tanky. Push it. And between Venom Mage and Razin and Broadmaw, you've got the core. You can basically mix in anybody else you want there. So if you want to mix in Metal Shaper or Jareg, sure. You want to use Saurus? I use Saurus. You want to use Delaja? I use Delaja. Skathix is awesome. Slixus is a ton of damage. You know, so you've got some options here. You even got a couple of decent rares in Terex and Cagebound. And Haruspex is another Reviver if you needed a backup Reviver for some reason. I use Broodlord, pretty decent tank, gives you ally protection, block debuffs, shields, AoE stun, you know, so a lot of utility there, and you can push this a little bit. Because what you really need is you need 10,000 pieces of perception. So this is where you want to get a lot of your gear, and you should be doing this during the CVC to get points. If you're trying to win your CVC, if you're trying to lose your CVC, I understand sometimes that happens. But yeah, I would focus on perception gear, and then the other ones that we said, Bloodthirst, Guardian, and Lethal. Yeah, he can beat Lizardman with the champions he has. Absolutely. You have the core of what you need, right? Just Venom Mage and Broadmaw alone, like you can almost put any 3 other champions in there, but Razin's really nice. Razin's really nice. And again, you don't have to take Razin past 50 if you don't want to, but he's worth a 6-star in some cases. I don't know that on your roster he should be prioritized as a 6-star. Like you have a lot of champions that I would 6-star probably before Razin. But even at 50, he's going to give you that buff removal. He's going to give you that decreased defense and weaken. You know, he gives you the turn meter decrease on the waves. So yeah, really, really good. 2 Gentoro yesterday. Wow. Double Gentoro. No, that's not true, Kai. His cooldowns are too high for him to be meta, right? Like compared to where he used to be. Razin's cooldowns on his A3 were always bad. But his cooldowns on his A2, which is the decreased defense and weaken, is only a 3-turn cooldown. And it's 100% chance. That's a great ability. It is only a single target, but that's really good for boss killing. And then he's got a triple hit on an A1 that's got a 45% chance of removing a random buff from the target, which is nice. And this really only needs to be used like once, you know. So would I love this to be a 4-turn cooldown? Yes. But, you know, realistically, it's not. He's still slow. He's okay tanky, you know, like he's sort of occupies a space between a damage dealer and a tank. But a highly usable champ, especially for faction crypts at 50. He's also really great into clan boss still. I mean, even today, you can put together Razin teams for clan boss that will, you know, 2-key Ultra Nightmare pretty easily. So. Yeah, I would like to see him get a buff. That would be nice. I mean, if they get a buff, they have to drop this down at least one cooldown. They have to drop it down at least one cooldown. Even if they make it an extra book. You know, even if they give like a level 5 cooldown one turn, they have to do that or any buff doesn't make sense. The other thing that I think they have to do is they have to increase his base speed to something like 97, 98 as a minimum. And if they did those two things, then he becomes much more viable for like most players, you know, in the mid game. He's still not going to be an end game champ with that. They would have to do a lot more, I think. You know, if they made this an AoE, if they made the A2 an AoE, then all of a sudden he becomes potentially meta. That'd be nice. Make it 100% turn meter steal and reduce the cooldown on it. I like that idea. So then it would be a 5-turn cooldown, but really a 4-turn cooldown. The only problem with that potentially would make this so fast that would be OP. It's not a problem. That'd be great. I love that idea. Love that idea. All right, so let's go ahead. You actually asked about Arena. Let's go ahead and look at Arena. Where are you in Arena? You are in Classic 5 Arena. Did you want to look at Classic Arena, or were you hoping to look at a different area of Arena? You just want it to be easier? Okay. You want to speed up your farm. Okay, so the team that you have here is okay. It's not bad. But there are ways to improve it. Let's go ahead and look at your team setups and see who you have. So Deacon should not be part of your arena setup because he's running way, way too slow to matter, which is unfortunate. Like that's the downside of the Myth Air comp is that it takes Deacon out of his best role, which I think is arena and like speed lead kind of scenarios, and puts him, you know, sacrifices him for your Ultra Nightmare, which is a worthy sacrifice. You know, it is a trade-off, but it can be a positive trade-off. Now, what I would say here is you have a really classic, great combo of go first champions that you should probably be using. And the first one is Kymar, and the second one is Arbiter. Now, it doesn't matter which one you have in the lead here because they have the same speed aura. They're both 30%. So, you know, whether you're doing this way or you're doing this way, you have the 30% speed aura. But basically what this allows you to do is not have to worry about having 2 turn meter fillers. So if you have a fast Arbiter, you can get into your Kymar, and then your Kymar just controls the enemy. And now that gives you 2 opportunities to run slower champions that don't have to be particularly fast. I like Wukong in this role. I certainly think you could continue to use Thor because he's built and he's got that Slayer set. And this would actually help you with Thor's slow build. Because Thor is so slow, this is the kind of go first team that's going to make Thor work at that speed. You know, otherwise, if we look at his speed, you know, he's running at 176. That's super slow for Gold 5 Arena. My nuker for Gold 5 Arena runs at like 245 or something like that in my go first teams. So Now, the problem with this is you're probably not going to win a ton of speed races with your Arbiter right now because you don't really have the gear to get her fast enough. Unless you stripped a bunch of gear from Mikage and put it on Arbiter, which probably not worth it, right? But there are ways to speed this up. Obviously, if you could get another speed set here, get rid of this pinpoint piece. You don't need crit rate or crit damage on her. All you really need is speed substats. You don't even care. You don't even care what the main stat is. So HP, yeah, sure. You know, if you have divine speed, doesn't look like you have divine speed. You could also look at some other speed sets like righteous. If you had any righteous, let's look at equipped pieces because we should just be taking the fastest pieces if it's not on somebody really important. So yeah, if you take this 13 speed, you put that on her, you know, that would be a bit more. Let's see if there's any divine speed that jumps out. That's 11, so no. Actually, let's prioritize by speed. Can't take that. You don't want to take that. You don't want to take that. Do you have any righteous? I think you had pieces to forge in righteous, maybe. So you could certainly forge righteous. You like fast perception would be worth it. So like if you rolled this up and we hit like a triple speed roll or something, you know, that would be something to consider. That's actually not, that's going to be a good piece for somebody, but that's, we roll HP here. I'm going to be, there we go. Beautiful. One more. I mean, triple. Oh, see? So this goes on her. Now we're looking for, let's say we go for boots that are primary speed in the perception set. Or speed set. You know, so if you're not using Kaya so much, you might steal these from her. And then we would go and try to find a fast perception piece. "17 speed here. That's pretty good. 17 speed, 17 speed. So really what we'd care about is the difference in speed, right? Like, even though this has 17 speed and this only has 10 speed, this is literally giving us 12 additional speed, which tells me you have no speed on this helmet here. And if we happen to hit another speed roll, we didn't. But still, this would be more speed. What about this one? That's 12. So that's even more speed. Let's roll this one up again. We got 2 chances here. There. See, so this is a beautiful piece. Now we pick up 19 speed. So with, you know, these 3 pieces, these 3 swap pieces, and you may be able to find more speed yet. You know, there may be more stuff here that you might be able to find perception or pinpoint. So like we need a second pinpoint piece. This would work on her, right? That gives you another 12 speed. And all of a sudden, you know, again, you could get more accuracy on this potentially. Yeah, it's okay. I don't know about the banner either. Let's see. Let's see about the banner. That's okay speed. So you might be able to get more speed out of that banner at some point. Plus you glypher, right? So right now we've gone up 4,000 HP, 300 defense, almost 50 speed, and 70 accuracy. Like, these are all positive. All of these are usable. Like, every single stat that we've gained here is helpful on Arbiter. Now at 284, and you can glyph her over 300. She will end up over 300, especially if you can potentially swap these into, speed on speed. Now you've got a fast enough Arbiter for your arena, So is it okay to steal this piece from Kaya? Is that going to be a problem with you? Let's just, I want to check one other. Let's just double check there isn't. Yeah, this is the only 6-star. User for live arena for now? Okay. So, I mean, this feels like a better use of this boot. But if you want to hold on to it, I won't swap. You can change it. Okay. Go ahead and change that. I'm actually going to look. Let's see. We want to look at perception, divine speed. We can maybe even get more speed. $11 there and 12 there is really 14. So we did this. If we hit one speed roll here. Hit. No. We just need to hit on a speed roll. This is actually a really nice air. And we got a chance for more speed there, potentially. But I think we'll leave it for now. Okay, so now you got 284, right? So now let's look at Kaimar. Where's Kaimar? There he is. Okay, so you need to going to need to get this guy built. You're going to want him booked eventually. Although it's not critical. It's not critical that you book him for arena. You can actually run him unbooked for a while. So the nice thing about Kaimar is you have sort of a double usage for him. You can fill the turn meter of all allies except this champion by 20%. So if you want to just fill the turn meter of your champions, you can use this. But this is the skill you really need. You want him in 3 sets of perception, maybe with some pinpoint accuracy accessories, an accuracy banner. Get that accuracy up as high as you can. Attacks all enemies, removes all buffs, places a sleep debuff for 1 turn. Now, if you're going into a team that is faster than you, right, then what's going to happen is they're going to be sleeped, they're going to miss their turns, and then your slow damage dealers are going to come in. Let's see how fast you're. Yeah, really slow Sun Wukong here. Pretty slow, Thor Feyhammer. You've got a double nuke that can come in here for this. By the way, with this team, you could actually potentially run your Deacon Armstrong so you could get a drop defense in there before your Thor goes, because it looks like Deacon's running 185 and Thor's running 176. So that actually will combo if you're using Kaimar. You also have another option though, which is you do have I think you had Ugo, right? Do you have Ugo? I thought you had Ugo. Maybe she's 50. Maybe I'm just making it up. I thought you had an Ugo. You do. So yeah, she's a little bit slow, but she has that decreased defense as well in the block buffs. So I think, you know, what we've got here now is instead of maybe Wukong, because you've already got the buff strip from Kymar, you bring in the decreased defense, and now you've got the increased attack, the buff strip, the decreased defense, the increased attack, and the nuke from Thor, right? But remember that the long-term goal would be not this team. Let's actually do this. Let's see, the long-term goal would probably be this into Kymar, into maybe Deacon for now, into this guy. Right, because your Yasu is going to ignore Stone Skin. We'll ignore Stone Skin. Now, this is a single target hit. You know, so there is that. Remember, he still has like the AoE. So potentially, if you're running this team, maybe you want that second nuker. Maybe you want him with Thor in here. You know, like that's a potential possibility. So we've got a whole bunch of teams now, right? We've got all of them are Arbiter Kymar, but you've got options. There's Kymar. Here's Arbiter Kymar. You know, like a double nuke like this with two different affinities, you know? So do you go with the decreased defense? Do you go with the second nuker who ignores defense? Do you go with, you know, your single target stone skid? Like you kind of have to determine which team you're going into. But Arbiter Kymar is beautiful, classic OG go first team. And again, you're going to want that Arbiter, you know, over 300 if you can get her there. And I think you can. I think you can get her over 300. Now, here's the thing. What you're gonna find is as you go into other teams, there are teams where you're going to feel comfortable as a go first team. So, for instance, this roundabout champion or player up here, this first team, right? This Arbiter might be faster than your Arbiter, but there isn't a second turn meter fill. So, unless this Mithrala is running really, really fast, you're probably fine taking your Arbiter Kymar into this team, right? Now, will Mithrala resist your Kymar? That's a possibility. She might cleanse the sleeps, you know, so you do have to consider that. But in terms of speed, you know, if you have a Deacon here, you've got a second turn meter filler. Maybe you're going to get to your nukers before they get to their nukers. Or you can consider teams that are like this, right? Like this is a team that's a go second team. You know that your Arbiter is going to be faster. It's a team that relies on buffs and lockouts and stuff like that. So you want a solution for this. But Wukong can be pretty good into UDK. You can sheep UDK, or you can, you know, buff strip and go around him. Doesn't matter. And then if you have a Yasu, right, you can ignore his stone skin. So if the UDK has stone skin, then you kill the UDK through the stone skin. You know, so there's a bunch of things that you can do here. Again, you could use Mikage. Your Mikage is really fast. Ally attackers are good into UDK, right? Allows you to, like, let's say you want to pick off the warlord here before he goes. You could do that. So I do like Mikage here as well. And you can mix her into the combo. But as far as speed farming is concerned, the best speed farm teams tend to be fast go first teams that can kill other fast go first teams, right? So for instance, like if this would be a team, you'd be like, all right, I'll take my go first team into this team. This is a team you want a Yasu for, because Gaius the Gleeful often has stone skin, and he's a bomb champion that will one-shot your team. So if he survives, if you kill everybody else, but Gaius survives on stone skin, he can still by himself kill your whole team. So this is where you want some way to handle stone skin. And the best way to handle stone skins are either champions that ignore it or bomb champions themselves. You also have champions like Wukong who are kind of a half solution, right? They can sometimes strip the stone skin. And it's worth having two solutions in a team sometimes, you know, so that's something to consider. You'll have He-Man tomorrow. So He-Man, I believe, ignores Stone Skin as well, right? Will ignore Stone Skin buffs. Yeah, so this is another champion you could potentially build for Arena if you wanted to. I haven't watched much on him. I think he's pretty good in Arena. Anybody who ignores Stone Skin is good to have. But again, single target, right? Single target. So the only legendary or below, I think, who ignores Stone Skin on an AoE is George, right? No, he only ignores it on a single target. Okay, so even but he gets that extra turn. That's what it is. And then, yeah. Even Mezimil. You know, Mezimil is she ignores Stone Skin here. It's single target. Right. So you definitely have the roster. You have the roster to speed farm Arena, but right now you don't have. Again, it's going to come down to that gear. But what you did just see there with our rebuild on Arbiter is that you might have some gear kind of sitting there, not optimally distributed or not rolled up. You know, and so what we've got right here is we've got a 284 Arbiter. Is that fast enough for where you are? Probably not, but it's fast enough to beat any non-Arbiter or like non-Kymar speed lead or you know, anybody who doesn't have a massive speed lead, you're going to do really well against. So if you come up against any kind of, you know, composition that is not leaning into an Arbiter really heavily, this is going to be a speed farming team. But I think probably what's going to happen is you're going to have Yasu plus one other damage dealer. Could be Thor, could be Wukong. Those make sense. Could be He-Man. And then, you know, you go Arbiter, Kymar for the buff strip and CC into your two nukers. And that should do you well. Like, you're still going to have to learn who to avoid. But that composition works. Freya, yeah. Yeah, Freya can work really well in a lot of places. Even in Arena. So, any questions about what we've talked about so far? So I think the places you want to, you know, focus, you've got your clan boss solved. So that's huge, right? That's Demon Lord. Now you need gear. And gear comes also from the Cursed City, by the way. So hopefully you are in here. You want to clear as many of these bosses as possible. You want to get that especially Merciless. Supersonic is good. Merciless is awesome. You want as much Merciless gear as you can. So you need to come in here and start tuning these dudes up. Now, some of this is just about manualing fights. Some of it is going to be about regearing champs. Some of it might even be about 6-starring certain champions. You know, and it looks like you're doing pretty well on hard mode. But again, don't forget, you know, even normal mode, like all of these bosses in normal mode, even 5-star Merciless gear is incredibly powerful. All the bonuses are the same at 5-star as they are at 6-star, right? Like the only difference is the stats. But the bonuses are crazy good on Merciless gear. So get in here, do this. So Doom Tower, Cintranos, Faction Crypts. Those are the 3 places you need to focus for gear. If they have another event dungeon, that may be another place. And then I think the other thing is like you've gotten the Forge Pass, right? So that's another place for really good gear. And I would not be afraid to roll up your especially instinct gear. Like you've got, what is this? 170 pieces almost. Something like that. So, you know, this is enough for you to probably rebuild 2 or 3 damage dealing champions once you roll it all. I would feel pretty comfortable using the mythical charms here on this gear, but that's up to you. You don't have to. And I usually don't use the the type charms until I get down to I start building champions. So what I might do is like I'd probably do like 100 pulls here, you know, so like do 10 pulls. Do is that yeah, 10 pulls. That'd give you a little bit more than half of what you've got here. Then start looking at the pieces that you've got, build some champions, you know, look to get this on maybe Thor, maybe, you know, whoever it happens to be. And again, eventually you might replace this with some Merciless on some people, but this could go on to other damage dealers who, you know, you don't want in Merciless, let's say. You pretty much want everybody in Merciless, but, you know. And then get those speeds up. Get those speeds up. Yeah, lethal is good, you know, as well to use the mythical stuff on, the mythical charms on. I honestly feel like these two sets are really close in value. They're really close in value. Speed is more and more important than it used to be. So I think the stock of instinct gear has risen over time, whereas I think the stock of lethal gear has dropped a little bit over time. It's still extremely good, right? It's one of the best farmable sets in the whole game. But I think instinct is the better set at this point because speed is so critical, right? And you can almost always find 100% crit rate, right? But there's no cap to the speed that you need, right? You never need to go past 100% crit rate, but like what's fast enough on a damage dealer? I run damage dealers now at like 270, 280, and apparently according to Big Papa Jock in Arena, that's really, really slow. Like you need to run your, you know, live arena nukers at like 320, you know, so no, you don't 6-star champs for Curse City only. But there are champions where Centranos would be a consideration. So like let's look at this. Like all right, so here, you know, here we've got first of all, we want to do that probably do this, you know. But again, what we really need here, I mean the reason that Metal Shaper is and we need the shields, right? And we don't have all the blood shield ring. But absolutely Freya should be here with her shield. And then probably Metal Shaper. And then this team might work, actually. Might pull Thor, because Thor is weak affinity here. And you might be better off with... I mean, there's a bunch of things that you could do here. But, for instance, like you could bring Vergis back. He brings his own shields. You could also bring Raz in here to give you decreased defense and a weaken. That would speed up the damage. You could bring in Arbiter, who gives you increased attack, turn meter fill, and a weaken on her A1. You know, you could even bring in Eris here, who's got increased speed buff plus a cleanse, right? She brings a cleanse, or is it a block debuff? It's a cleanse, I think. It's a one random debuff, you know. So it's like, if you're thinking about 6-starring somebody here, you know, but okay, maybe we're not 6-star, maybe 5-star. We were just talking about Razin. Let's get him up to 50. Let's get him ascended. Let's get him geared because it's going to help us in faction crypts and it's also going to help us here. You know, so these are the kinds of considerations I would do as a free-to-play player, right? I would look at this and I'd be like, all right, we were just talking about dwarves. Do we need to run up dwarven faction crypts? Now we've got a champion here who might be really good in Centranos, might be really good in faction crypts, might also be good in live arena or in siege mode. Now we're getting some value, you know? Although I honestly don't think you need him here. You're probably fine. Yeah, a good solo Vergis can beat Scarab King. That's true. And, you know, the other thing here is, like, if you have to focus on something for normal, you know, you want to try to get to Amius. So you're like, I need this boss. This is the boss. I need this Bommel Ice Golem, like, team. Right? And again, if we're thinking about rebuilding champions, you know, we've got this Bible to the Thorn we might want to use in other places. We've got the Arbor that we were just talking about, you know. So it's like, this is how you kind of prioritize champions. You know, here's a Kymar, right? Now, here's the apothecary that we were talking about. We've talked about these champions for other places. So this is why you think about it. And here's Vergis again, you know, like sometimes you don't want buffs into Bommel, but like shields don't help you with Bommel, right? So we want to get this one down, get those 2 keys, get the Amius. That's going to help you get those merciless accessories, you know, those supersonic accessories and the gear. And that's what you really want. So. Dungeon teams. Dungeon. Okay. Take a look at Spider. Yeah, so the issue with Spider, honestly, it's like 2 things for a hard mode. One is, where's the damage coming from? Thor by himself, but Thor with Ninja or Artak, all of these champions are great for Spider hard mode. Especially obviously this affinity, right? Stage 1. But as you go up, that affinity is going to change. So I did a video on this a little while ago where I had Thor, I think Thor soloed or duoed up to stage 6 by himself in lifesteal gear. So again, we were talking about Bloodthirst on Thor. This is one of the reasons why. If you can get him to like 230, 240 speed in Bloodthirst, you can just put him in the lead. He'll literally solo this dungeon for you. Mix him in with Artak and Ninja, and you're in great shape. You know, you got the HP burns, the activations, all of that. I think Thor is your go-to, but if you're not going to put Thor in Lifesteal or Bloodthirst, if you want to keep him in like Merciless or Slayer or something like that, then you've got to think about where you get your sustain from, right? And again, then that potentially is like Godseeker Aniri, bringing you some sustain, some heals. That's potentially Bible the Thorn, giving you AoE provokes and some sustain and some shields and stuff like that. So if you can take the target off of Thor's back so he doesn't really get hurt, then he just has to live through the boss nuke, which you're always going to get nuked once. You know, I mean, not every stage, but you often get nuked once, especially as you get up into higher stages. Deacon does give you a leech, which will help a little bit with Thor's life. You know, like he'll heal off of that, but that's just off of the boss damage. It's not going to be as much of a heal. You could certainly, you know, consider other things here. One thing is like drop defenses and weakens. You have a drop defense here, which is really nice. You know, you've got another drop defense champion who's also got a mini cleanse, which can be nice. You could certainly put in Freya here to give you shields and AoE provokes and some more AoE damage. So that could potentially be nice. We do have Kaya here. Again, you know, you'd have to rebuild her. We just took boots off of her. But you just put 5-star boots on her. That's fine. She gives you a revive and some sustain there. You know, you could get a weaken onto the boss, a decreased defense onto the boss this way if you wanted. Let's just see your, who do you have for weaken? I actually do like Lady Mikage as well. You bring Lady Mikage in. And Androck here. Like, I don't know that much about Androck. Oh, we do. I forgot about Supreme Kale. So you could bring in Supreme Kale too. So let's look at Supreme Kale for a second. Where is AoE weaken that can't be resisted? I think all of his debuffs can't be resisted, right? 3 poisons. Increases duration. Yeah, so he seems like you should have him in this team. That feels like that should happen. You know, again, if speed is an issue, then you do something more like this. And I don't know about Androck. Let's look at Androck for a second. Honestly, I mean, I feel like Androck would work. I feel like Lady Mikage would work, but I don't think you need them. Riho would work. She's got a block debuff and a heal. So she gives you a bit of a insurance policy. She's also got Brimstone. So I might do, might do something like this. Yeah, might do something like this. You could try it. But again, the issue is going to be, I think, speed over time, and then, just making sure you have the sustain. And it may actually be, from a team standpoint, that like something like this would actually be more efficient, even though Rio and Artak are great champions for this. Sometimes you don't like it's where the turns hit. Like you want the spiderlings to spawn in the right way, and then you want the skills to come out at the right time. So it could simply be this. But I think you have the champions for a hard 10 spider, like no problem. It's just gonna be a matter of getting your speed. Because as you increase, like you're gonna max out at like stage 4 to 6 with what you've got. You might not even get there. So, Arbiter could help. Arbiter could help because you're getting an increased attack buff for your Thor, plus you're getting all of that turn meter fill. And so Arbiter could help here just to speed you up a little bit because you might not have the speed that you need otherwise. So you could consider that. Yeah, he also has a Kempton, which is good as well. Gives you an AoE Hex, which would be a way to increase the damage as well. So that's a good call. Right? Like we have a Hex champion. So, and this also gives you a speed aura, So AoE Hex is another way to improve damage. But again, this is only a 5-star champion. You're not really going to bring him in here unless you're running him for something else. Now, this is another champion to consider. Where's that value? This could be a great Hydra champion. This could be good for Spider hard. This could be good for some Doom tower waves. This could be good in Centranos potentially. So he might be a champion worth taking up. You don't need a big hit on the boss. I think Cold Heart, like I've seen people run Cold Heart into hard mode Spider and it works okay. But really what you want is AoE damage. If you can knock out a wave of Spiderlings, that does so much more damage to the boss than hitting the boss, right? In most cases. So you really just want to nuke out the Spiderlings over and over and over again. You don't want them to really pile up ever. You just want them always, like respawning 4, 6, 8 of them, wipe them out. 4, 6, 8 of them, wipe them out. Obviously, the first one, 10, wipe them out, and then, yeah. And it takes maybe, 3 waves to nuke out the spider boss. Let's look at Dragon's Lair. Yeah, this looks good to me for the most part. I think probably it's still a speed issue or maybe an accuracy issue. It wouldn't hurt to have a cleanse. Let's see. Wait, I don't own Rio. I want Rio so bad. Does she have that AoE cleanse? I know she has a heal. Yeah, it's the cleanse and the block debuffs and a heal. So that's golden. So you're good there. So this is probably just a speed issue. And the champions that you have for speed right now really are like Deacon and Seeker, both of who are running slow because of the clan boss thing, and then Arbiter. And that's it right now, I think. I mean, you probably have High Katoon floating around somewhere, but she might still be level 40. Or even, I don't even see her. Maybe you used her as food at some point. You can always bring in your Lady Mikage to help control waves. So in her second form, she's really good. In her first form, she's going to help you kill the boss. In her second form, she's going to help you control waves. Because she's got that AoE stun, she's got the sleep, she's got the buff strip if you need it. Obviously, also, Ninja is good at controlling waves and fighting the boss. So that's another option. You do have Geo. And Artak's always good for waves as well, but like Artak is great for this in general if you haven't built the right way, but most people build Artak if you're going to dungeon farm with him in Relentless, I'm sorry, not Relentless, in Immortal and Regeneration. And you're going to want him fast, like 240 plus. Like 270 or 280 would be even better. Ice Golem hard boss can't be poisoned. Why does this matter? I've never actually tried poisons in hard Ice Golem, so I know HP burns do work. Okay, gotcha. I mean, here for this, right, you want to be able to burn through his purple bar if you can, but sometimes you can't, and that means you need cleanses, heals, and block debuffs. Even shields could be helpful. It's not super critical that you bring a ton of damage. I would probably remove Venom Mage from this, honestly. I would pull Venom Mage out of hard mode. Unless your Venom Mage is really well built, and like, you know, that's just the champion that you have. You could put Geo here. You could put, you know, Thor, you could put Artak. You don't really even need any. I mean, you could put Androck back. You don't even really need, you know, Coldheart, Kale. Like, you could just go with another support here. You know, you could bring in Kaya, or you could bring in Ugo. And Ninja will get the job done on the boss by himself. The issue is more the waves, right? Getting through the waves. And so you want somebody who can deal with the waves, but also survives the boss, and so isn't a total waste. So somebody like Artak, like, this is really nice, because now you got all those AoE HP burns. Excuse me. You have the decrease attack as well. You know, and he's going to do some work on the boss. He's tanky inherently because he's an HP-based champion. So this is, you know, this is fine. But again, speed matters. Speed just matters. So you need to find somebody that can become your PvE engine outside of clan boss. And right now it looks like it has to be Arbiter. It doesn't look like you have anybody else. So if we go to the champion, let's go to turn meter fill. So this is not bad. Fills the turn meter of all allies by 20%. She has a speed in all battles aura, so it could be Kaya. And a lot of people say Kaja. That's fine too. I don't care. So she could be, you know, she gives you an AoE revive. She gives you a turn meter fill. It's not a full cleanse, but it's a decent half cleanse with the block debuffs. It's only up for one turn, which is a little disappointing. It's a little bit underwhelming there. But so you could make her your engine instead of Deacon Armstrong, because he's running too slow. And let's see, what speed was she running at when we had boots on her? So she's running at 204. Not really fast enough. Is that a protection set or a stone skin set? I can't even see. Stone skin, right? Yeah, stone skin. So we could also go look at stone skin. if you're going to use her in arena. No stone skin speed boots. But I think she would be a pretty good dungeon speed lead in the time being. I also think Arbiter would be. In Arbiter, you're already running fast for arena. She's a little bit low on accuracy for that role because you would want her to land her A1 weekend, and she's not booked fully. Not that she has to be, really. This is the most important one. But yeah. Androck has a passive turn meter fill for the team. Critical hits inflicted by allies fill the turn meter of all allies by 5% once per skill. Okay. So this is nice in terms of generating more turn meter fill, but it doesn't make you fast initially, right? Because you have to hit initially to get this turn meter fill. So he would be good to combo with a turn meter filler like Arbiter. So if you put Arbiter and Androck together, she gets everybody to go, then they all crit, and then he pushes their turn meters further, right? So that would be something to consider. But I think obviously Fire Knight is another dungeon that you want to be able to do. But if you're farming 20, that's probably okay for now. I think Fire Knight's fallen off a little bit because Savage has been power crept. It's still a good place to be, and for you, it's going to be valuable for regeneration because I still think you need a couple of fast regeneration sets. And there are some other decent sets here, that you can use. Stun sets, crit damage sets, shield sets are all usable in different places. But I don't think Fire Knight is as important as it was, a year ago. Same thing with Spider. I don't think Spider is quite as important as it was a year ago. But you still need speed gear. That's always going to be true. So yeah, I think gear from everywhere, but speed is your top priority. Speed is your top priority. I think perception sets are going to be your top priority overall, and then like I said, those instinct sets are going to be so. If you roll if you could just get 2 damage dealers into this, you're going to be so happy. You're going to be so happy. And remember, it's possible to do a 4-star instinct. I'm sorry, 4-piece instinct, and then a 4-piece of some other variable set. So, for instance, if you've got, well, not protection probably, but let's see. The Slayer 4-piece fills this champion's turn meter by 5% for each hit on the enemy from AoE attacks. So, yes, you lose the 30% ignored defense on AoE skills. You gain 20% ignored defense from the instinct on every hit, plus you gain the additional speed, the 12% speed. So potentially you could put a 4-piece of Slayer or even a 5-piece of Slayer if you have the art, all of the pieces. 5-piece Slayer, 4-piece instinct. Right? And all you're losing is 10% ignored defense on AoE skills, and you're gaining 20% ignored defense on non-AoE skills, and you're gaining 12% speed. So there are those kinds of possibilities as well. Same thing with Merciless. Merciless, you really want 6 pieces on. You want that ignored defense. But even still, you could mix Merciless with another set as well. 4-piece Stone Skin, yeah, gives you one turn of Stone Skin. That might be all you need. So, all right, so that is it for Lucifer's account. I appreciate you. I hope this is helpful. And just a reminder to everybody, this is not, I never intend any of this as a criticism of any player. We all have different approaches. We all have different things that we like in the game. We all have different amount of time that we can spend in the game. We all have different amounts of money we can spend in the game. But one of the things I said early in this account takeover was that I see this with spenders accounts when I take them over. which is that the roster is more advanced than the gear, right? Because we spend on shards. That's sort of the big return, the emotional return. That's what the game is all about. It's getting those great champions. But now you don't have the best gear to put on those really powerful champions. So, moving forward, like I said, for Arena, I think Yasu is going to be extremely valuable for you. I think so is Kaimar. So those are probably the two champions I would focus on for that. And then it's a lot of rebuilding in other places. And focusing on gear. And especially any gear that's fast. Any gear that's fast is going to be helpful. What shard count should you be at for the fusion? I think we just have a summon rush coming up. So we've already done the champion chase. So the summon rush coming up would probably take 5 or 6 sacreds. And that would be enough. I think that's all you need. And if you don't have all of the sacreds, like here, he's got 2 sacreds. You could use some ancient shards or mystery shards. A couple thousand mystery shards can take the place of a few ancient shards, so. Merciless and Reflex is a great combo for support champs, especially usually not damage dealers, except very specific kinds of damage dealers. Yes, because then you get the Merciless, the 4-piece Merciless chance at resetting the cooldowns, and then the Reflex chance of resetting the cooldown. All right, so that is it for this takeover. Thank you, Lucifer. I hope that was helpful. Let me know, keep me updated. Keep me updated. Let me know how it goes. And what I'm going to do right now is reset the reaction. So give me just a second. All right, so if you haven't done this before, again, you need to be a member of my Discord community. You can join it by clicking the link in the description of this live stream. As soon as you're in my Discord, look for the channel called The Wheel of Takeover. It is in the section called the Coaching Corner. You want to react to the message. It literally says, react to this message for your chance to win a free takeover. Just react to that. You can react to it once or 100 times. If you have won in the last 90 days, please don't react because that just gums up the works. So you can only win one every 90 days, at least for the rest of this year. Starting next year, we're probably going to extend that to 180 days. So, yeah, if you win your takeover, we'll spin the wheel. The wheel will pick the winner. If you win the takeover, I'm going to DM you. I want you to DM me back your login information. That means your email address and your password for your account. If you don't have 2-factor authentication on right now, don't put it on right now. If you have it on, it's fine. But if you don't have it, don't add it because that can lock you out for a couple of hours. And then I will give you a role. I'll give you a couple of roles. You can join me in the coaching voice channel where I'm sitting currently. You'll be able to hear me in real time. Go ahead and mute your live stream. And then you can DM me what kind of account takeover you are looking for. And like I said, we'll do about 90 minutes of a takeover. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes here for people to react. And then we'll go ahead and spin the wheel. A lot of discussion today. I like it. Yeah, let me look real quickly at the fusion. Actually, maybe I can. Just gotta click those. Gotta. Don't have a choice. All right. Let's see. All right. So today is Tuesday, December 3rd. So if you did the Fire Night tournament, that's 5. Champion training is 10. Spider is 15. Classic is 20. Champion chase would be 35. Dungeon divers is 40. Artifact enhancement is 45. So currently you want to be at 45 or above. Now, what you could do is you could also have another 15 here from these. So you could be up to 60, right? So it's going to be 45 to 60, basically, is where you're going to be. If you have Ice Golem, Dungeon Divers 2, and Artifact Enhancement event. Now, the Dungeon Divers 2 ends relatively soon. So that's the one that you have to be worried about. You want to drop all your Ice Golem energy into that. If you happen to win the 10 fragments here, then you could be as high as 70. If you happen to win the 10 fragments here, you could be as high as 80, right? Like those two could get you all the way up to 80. So if you've won either just the champion training tournament, or I guess you can't have 10. It's 5 and 5, right? So it would be all the way up to 70. So you could have a maximum of 70 fragments right now. Because that's not 10 for the winner, I don't think. I think it's 5. I think it's 5. I don't actually look at that because I never try to win those tournaments. But I'm pretty sure it's 5 for first place and 5 for second place. Yeah. So that's it. Now, we have the summon rush down here, which is 15 fragments, but it's literally, the last batch of events. For the 5 fragments will equal probably about 6 sacred shards. And if you want all 15 fragments, that will probably equal 11 or 12 sacred shards. So I don't know if I'm going to go. I'm probably not going to go for the 15. I'll just get the 5 and be done. So I haven't missed anything. So that's it. That was my quick rundown here. Let's go back to okay. So let's spin the wheel. Here we go. Good luck to all of you. Second. Okay. Frying pan. Frying pan? I'm seeing a weird thing here. What am I seeing? I'm going to call you Frying Pan. BM, that's you? Dude, congrats. BM has been asking for this for months and months. Congrats. It's always good to see a new player, like somebody who hasn't won a takeover before, get their first takeover. So go ahead and DM me your login information. I'm going to give you some roles so that you can join me in the Coaching Voice channel. Yeah, I just sent you a DM, so just DM me back. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Sorry. BM, dude, you got to jump into the voice channel here and you got to DM me your login information. I know you've heard the whole spiel a lot because you're here every week. Yes, Aslet, I do paid takeovers. If you are interested in a paid takeover, thank you for reminding me. If anybody is interested in a paid takeover, all you want to do is shoot me a DM in Discord, and we can. I'll give you the information on prices and scheduling. But yeah, I do takeovers of all types. Holy cow, we just lost 100 viewers. Not quite 100. We just lost 70 viewers. That's unfortunate. All right, I've got the login information. And welcome. All right, we've got it. Frying pan. BM, buddy. I'm excited for you. All right, let's see what you got now. Let's hopefully we got to have a good takeover here. Level 82 account. We are working on Eric's, who's a very good champion. But so this is like over 18 months. Somewhere, I think between 18 months and 2 years, something like that. Maybe 2 years, maybe a little bit over 2 years. Gotta click the red dots, buddy. Gonna drive me nuts. All of you, everybody. All right, we have 6 million silver. That's all we got. I don't want to mess up your fusion if you're going for the fusion. So let me know what kind of account takeover you are looking for today. All right, let's look at the roster. Got 46 6-star champions. You have Gizmak the Terrible. Nice. Got Thor, Artak, UDK, Rathalos. Got your Quintus. Really nice. Oh, you do have an Eric's here, so you pulled Eric's from a shard at some point, huh? Ninja. 6-star blessing on Ninja. 6-star blessing on Trunda. Got an Acrizia. Looking good. Looking good. Astrid. Rhonda, Deliana. That's a second Artak. This Artak has a 5-star soul, and this this one has a 2-star soul. So either you pull the 5-star soul and you just decided to level up your second one, or you accidentally leveled up the wrong Artak, and then now you're running both of them. Okay, not going for fusion. Okay, just general stuff. Maybe arena. All right. Let's see who else we got here. Some 5-star blessings. You got your physics and your Carl, which is nice. Your Razin, your Alexander. More 2 Macabre. Very nice. Theodore. Very nice. Neldor. Neldor, Creodan, and Farrakhan. So you've got like the 3 best epics for Fire Knight hard mode. And if you mix that in with your Blazar, you know, you're in pretty good shape there. And then maybe need somebody for speed. I mean, Estrid's not bad for it. Cryodan, he gives an increased speed and turn meter fill. So that kind of reduces her value because of the increased speed, but she's still not bad. Okay. I mean, Razzlevarg is probably the guy I would end up going to. He's got the triple hitter on the A1, plus the increased speed, plus the double AoE for the waves. And he gets faster and faster and faster. Or maybe you pull Cryodan. Maybe you don't need Cryodan. You run Razzlevarg with Farrakhan, Neldor. And that allows you to bring in somebody who does more wave damage. I don't have Necrizia, so I don't know. I mean, she's only a single hit here, right? But she's an enemy max HP nuker. I also don't have Quintus yet. Hey, Ephemeral. Good to see you. Hey, Chris. Angelica. Logan. Skull. Adnan. Yeah. All right. So let's take a look where you are. You said Fire Knight hard mode, you're doing okay, right? If you're at stage 6 on Fire Knight hard mode, you're doing fine. If this is 100%. So oh, there's your ally attacker. Okay. You got a double ally attack with Lanathril. Yeah, this is pretty good. I do think that Neldor, well, no, actually, you know, Neldor brings you an extra hit, right? Because he's got a triple hit on the A1. And he's got the chance of freeze, so he's going to reduce the turn meter on the boss. He gives you an AoE slow, so does Thor. But then you get kind of stuck in a place where it's like, what aura do you use? Because now your only aura is this, and it's not a Doom Tower aura. You know, so I might do something more like this. You lose the second ally attack. You gain the speed aura. You get another triple hitter on the A1. I don't know if you need 2 ally attack. Or potentially you do this, because I think Lanathril actually attacks in his ally attack, whereas Farrakhan the Fat doesn't. And I think he's only got a single hit, but it would be 1 more hit than you would get otherwise. And he does place the increased crit damage. He doesn't place the increased crit rate. But you're still going to get a lot of damage. And he has a Phantom Touch on him. So that's not a bad. That's also not a bad team setup. So this is the one you were running. Let's go ahead and watch this and see what happened. I'm just curious about how long this takes. Glazar gives you so much security in this. He's not fast. He actually kind of slows you down a little bit. But he's got a quad hitter. He's got 4 chances of freeze. He's got the AoE freeze, the ally protect even. That was pretty quick. I mean, this is the one thing about Thor. Like, he brings you so much AoE damage that he's hard to replace in any kind of team. Like, where he's just hitting. And he does have a double hitter on his A1. Plus, he's got the passive, so that could proc an extra hit. He's got the slow as well, which is nice. Although I don't know how much accuracy you're running. You might not be running enough accuracy. I know there is no hey Bagpost. I know there's no context to this question, but which would you build first, Mithrala or Trunda? I'm mid game with not much progression in most areas. Yeah, unless you have a desperate need for damage, Mithrala is one of the most versatile champions in the entire game, and she brings you so much. But there are places where like you'd want damage. But I think probably Mithrala without context. Hey, Francis. Salukra? Sil. I'm gonna call you Sil. I used to stream on Twitch. I used to stream on Stritch. I used to stream on Twitch a long time ago. I've tried it a couple of times recently to dual stream here on YouTube and on Twitch, but unfortunately my internet can't handle it. I can't handle it. And so I have failed at that. So I'm only doing YouTube right now. Will there be a King Arthur stream anytime soon? I wasn't planning on it, but if there's interest in it, I'd be happy to do it. I'm not going to replace the Takeover Tuesday with a different live stream, though. This is what people expect to see on Tuesdays, and I think a lot of people like this stream. I like this stream. So if I have like time on the weekend, maybe to throw in like a Saturday or Sunday stream, then maybe that would be when a King Arthur stream would happen. The decreased speed got resisted. Yeah. Well, it didn't seem like he was getting it off against the waves either, so his accuracy might just not be high enough to be consistent here. We'll take a look at him in just a second. So this is going to be roughly a 3.5 minute stage 6, which, it looks like your best is faster here. But if it's 100%, that's good. That's what you want, Let's take a look at Thor. So he does have 356 accuracy, so that should be enough. You're right. That should be enough for all of the hard modes. I don't think you need more than that. You also have him in some impulse, or no, I'm sorry, this is impulse. This is swift parry. If you could get a second piece of impulse, that would be really nice for him. It's hard to get impulse though, right? Actually, you're doing okay with it. This would be worth, let's just do this. We want crit rate here if we could get it. Speed would be a second place choice. Crit rate, very nice. 15%. Let's ascend this. We'd like crit damage, but crit rate would also be okay. HP. Hmm. Let's see your savage stuff. This got 11% crit rate, crit damage. This has no crit rate. This is the piece that's messing with us. Look at this piece. Wow. Triple speed roll, but again, no crit rate. All right, so let's see if we can find impulse with speed and crit rate. Oh, this would be nice. So it looks like this is the one. We need some crit rate rolls here. Speed wouldn't be bad either. That's pretty nice right there. Let's go ahead and take that up. Here. One in everything. That's not bad. 12%. Let's see what our chess pieces look like here. Some of these need to go, buddy. Flat defense with accuracy and resistance like this can go. This can go. You don't need any of those. Look at that Trunda piece. Wow, that's insane. Quad crit, 30% quad crit rate roll. How good is that? That's nuts. That's one of the best chess pieces I've ever seen. I mean, the only thing that could have been better is if it had crit damage as a substat, probably, instead of that resistance. That was bonkers good. Wow. So you're running this one. It does have accuracy on it, but this one is potentially better. Let's roll this up. Like crit damage or accuracy as one of the substats. Still. All right, let's see. Oh, look at that one thing. Yeah, that one's. Nice. Nice. Sweet. We're going the wrong way on most of the stats here, but also, we still have to glyph and we still have to ascend these pieces. You've got attack percentage here. You've got speed and speed. So the question becomes like, how much value is the speed versus the hit and whatever? And I don't know. I don't know. But I was just trying to mess around with this a little bit to see if we could get him into a better place. I think 198 is too slow for him. I would say, 5K attack is a really good number. And then I do like the 252 crit damage that you have on him with the 356 accuracy, but you could potentially get some of those stats back here. And trying to pick up 20 speed is not bad. I would like to see him, 225 to 245 in terms of speed. Or even faster if you could. I think you'd be able to get him to at least 230 probably just based on this, because you got 3 speed glyphs now here. If you average 4, that takes you up to 231. You know, we've traded away 21% crit damage, which is a big trade. I'm not sure I love that. If you could get dust for this and get this to either crit damage or crit rate, preferably crit damage, that would be nice. But the big trade here is if we go from the 6-star to the 5-star. That's tough. So, if we're looking for crit damage gauntlets, 6-star. This one unfortunately doesn't have crit rate on it. But you could roll it up and see if it rolls into crit rate. Let's see. A crit rate substat here would be nice. Attack percentage. And then let's see if we get crit rate or crit damage here. Attack percentage. So this could potentially find its way in. If you could get it to crit rate. But even still, you need 11%. This can only give you 10. So we needed really a crit rate roll there. This could still land crit damage. But yeah, so I mean, I think the Thor's built decently well for what you've got. But I would still, I would keep looking. Keep looking to maybe replace this one. And then if you could get this Swift Parry onto somebody else with the full Swift Parry set, that would be nice, It's a great broken piece. It is. This piece is okay. I don't love this piece. This piece is okay. So, that's another thing you could potentially look to replace here. Because one of the things is it doesn't have speed on it, and it doesn't have crit damage. So, let's see if you have any pieces like that. You have this. Because this could be beautiful on Thor. Gives you that additional accuracy potential. So maybe, let's see if we have a crit damage gauntlet in perception. That is good. No, nothing with crit rate on it, unfortunately. But that could be something that you spend a little time in the forge working on. All right, go ahead and do a gauntlet charm with a crit rate charm. Try 10 of these. I guess you don't have to use. Yeah. Look at all the gauntlets. That's crazy. I've never seen a row of 5 gauntlets before. 6, 7. We got 7 gauntlets, and those charms worked. So we're gonna sell that one. This might play it on somebody. That one's gone. One's gone. That might play on somebody. This is a nice piece. That's a very nice piece for somebody. Crit rate. We'll keep it for now. I don't know what your gear looks like. Take those out. Try one more time. Speed and crit rate, 6-star. That's nice. Accuracy and speed and crit damage on a 5-star is nice. That's gone. That's probably gone. That's good. This is really hard these days. It used to be that you could use this on like a defensive base nuker or somebody who was, that's really questionable now. It's great substats too. It's like almost perfect. But that's just really a rough one. This one's not bad. Crit rate. One's not bad. This is questionable. But, all right. Let's look at some other dungeons. . Dragon 10. Very nice. Yeah, I don't know about needing Mithrala and Ancora here. Obviously, Ancora gives you a revive that you don't have, but unless you need the revive, you might be better off bringing somebody else in here who gives you something like a little bit better. That's not your team? This is your team? Yeah, I was going to say bringing in a Crizia makes sense. Again, speed being a potential issue. But you got two really good boss killers here in Ninja and Acrizia. I don't know about Theodore. I'm assuming he's pretty decent into Dragon just because of the poisons and the activations. And then you've got the Reviver. This is not bad. This is not bad. I would probably let me mess around with this. I'm kind of curious now. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, well, first of all, I need to look at Gizmo. So does he not bring his own HP burn? Oh, for the start of the championship, there's once per round. How's he built? Gotta see who's built. 268 there on the Ninja. That's nice. Good accuracy, so that's great. Gunda's in a good spot. Thrall is a little bit slow, but good accuracy. Hmm. Sorry, I'm just kind of thinking to myself about what we really need here. So I think Ninja is the go-to here. Crushing Ren. All right. Gotcha. Clan boss for Wixwell, yeah. I'm just curious to see what happens here. I didn't put it in the AI or anything. You have some really good champions, and you do have some well-built champions, but it feels like most of your best-built champions are damage dealers. And your supports are maybe a little bit lacking. Lydia does look like she's well-built, though, so I'm also thinking about Lydia. And this Ancora and the Arbiter are built pretty well, so that's why I kind of picked them. But, like, Mithrala is a little bit lagging behind, Astrid's a little bit lagging behind. So that's why I didn't consider bringing them in. I would probably prefer Astrid over Arbiter for this team. Because she's got an AoE weaken, and she's got the slow for the enemies, and she still gives you the turn meter fill and the increased attack. It's not as much of a turn meter fill, but it kind of effectively is the same against the waves. We did not get a decreased defense there. I think Ninja's got plenty of accuracy, so just a little bit of RNG, right? Because I think his A1 is 50%. We burn through that HP bar, no problem with these three. Yeah, so this is the question. This is where I think, like, Mithrala would really thrive, giving you that, not only the cleanse, but the shield and the strengthen and the increased defense. Level 83, congrats. So this is the fastest on this stage. That's not bad. It seemed risky. Ooh, that's a nice piece. Look at that piece. That's a beautiful piece. Too bad it's in the toxic set, right? Like, why couldn't that be in the speed set? Holy cow. Those are literally perfect stats. Okay. So, yeah, I think with AI, we could maybe be a little bit better here, because one of the things that we could do is make sure that Ancora cleanses after that first AoE by the boss. But this would be a nice team. I think this would be a nice team. It's close to what we want. You get a little bit of healing out of Arbiter, and you've got the AoE revive. But it also looked like she was relatively squishy. Let me just take a quick look at her. Now, that's normally not a huge issue. She's not squishy. She's 68,034, almost 3,500 defense. So 350 accuracy. It's right where you want it. She's actually pretty beautiful for that. So I would maybe keep her in. What about the Ancora? Was the Ancora squishy then? What's going on with her? No, she's built pretty well. 92,000 HP, 3,300, 244 speed. So yeah. So I think they're in good places, and maybe we would just need to put this into AI just to optimize a little bit, and it might be closer to 100%. Yeah. And then it gets you under 2 minutes at least. You do have potential for more than this, I think. Like, for faster runs, right? Because you have a Seer and you have a well-built Lydia, so potentially you can clear the waves faster. Let's go back to the champions for a second. Yeah, I mean, you could try Theodore instead of Ninja, maybe, but I think the 6-star blessing really puts him over the top. And I like Trunda. She gives you that stun, and then he can give you the freeze, so you can control both waves, but you'd want to stagger those. I didn't stagger them, so that would help a little bit with the waves in terms of speed, because the waves wouldn't get any turns. And then a Crizia there for boss killing. Do you need a Crizia? She helps. Why not? Right? Like, why wouldn't you use her? But the question is, would Lydia potentially fill or it's hard because we can't really take Ancora out because of the speed aura. But maybe if we don't need the speed aura, we could put Trunda in the lead. So let's say we did this instead, put Trunda here. And then did Lydia. So Ninja and Trunda would hit a lot harder this way. Obviously, Acrizia wouldn't. But we do lose the speed, and the question is, are we still fast enough? Everybody here, I think, is built pretty fast. I don't know about Acrizia. I think she was built pretty fast. Yeah, she's at 227, which is not bad. She's going to be slow for this. But with the turn meter fill, that should be enough because that would put her somewhere in the 280 range, which is fast enough. As long as we have Arbiter using her skill at the right time. So this could potentially also work. Let's try this one out. So Trunda could maybe wipe this wave. Not quite. Ninja's going to use his freeze here, is he? I hope he doesn't. Yeah, he did. That's okay. So we would definitely want to put this into the AI. But that drop defense and weaken on the waves gives you a bit more clear power. Without a reset champion, I mean, one of the things about Ancora was that she had the ability to potentially give you cooldown reduction on that A1, which we're now lacking. But this Cardinal's going to get a turn. Yeah, we would definitely have to stagger. We would have to stagger the skills here for that. I think we're gonna lose to the dragon. That was a clutch little heal from Arbiter. It's got that attack. Ooh, this is going to be nasty, I think. Oh, come on, Frizia. Arbiter. Heal. Revive everybody. Everybody's going to die again. We're just going to die again. So yeah, there's definitely a team there that could be pretty good too. But I think the team that we just did was probably more reliable, and it looked like we didn't gain any speed. Although again, from if we optimized a little bit, but I think the Ancora gives you that cleanse that's just so nice, and then gives you the cooldown reduction on the A1 and the heal. I mean the revive if you need it. So I think this is probably what I would go to, and if we could optimize this a little bit, we could try it. I don't see a team. This is an Ice Golem 10 team. This is an Ice Golem 10 team. Can I get rid of one of these, or maybe some? Is there another team that I can kill? You got 3 Fire Knight teams, Barb only Spider teams. Team 1. This looks like Sand Devil. Take the one with the rares in it. This one? That isn't that you're not your okay. That's not your Sand Devils team? Okay. So I think what we would do here, what did we just say? We had Ancora in the lead, Arbiter, Thunda, Ninja, and Acrizia. All right, so let's go ahead and so we're going to have her open and then not use. Let's see the speed. So she's who goes next? Ninja actually goes next. So we would prefer him to definitely open that. We don't want Trunda and open and then not use. Acrizia. Don't want her to use this. And then let's have that. Second round, we want Ninja to open with. Sorry, opener. And then yeah, I think that's fine. I think all that's fine. I think all this is fine, probably. Want her to open with that. Arbiter. Want you. And don't care about that. Okay, and then on round 3, we want Arbiter to open with this. We want Ninja to open with this. We want Acrizia to open with this. And Cora to open that. And then we want her Cleanse is the first choice. First. I think that works. I think that works. Without using Ninja's HP burn here, the question is this too slow? Should we turn that back on? Conceivably, we could. It's taking enough turns. I thought we would get through this wave a little bit faster. But I think we got through the wave faster when we had Lydia, right? With the AoE increased defense. Which we could potentially bring back in and replace one of the damage dealers. That was slow. That was a slow wave clear. I don't know why Arbor didn't open with her A. Oh, I told her not to open with her A2, right? That was silly. Yeah, I really thought we would get through this faster. That was my bad. There's definitely there's more speed here to be had. If I wasn't being so, if I didn't misjudge the damage here, we would get through this faster. I want to see if we set up the boss fight the right way at least. I think we did. So what we should get here, should get an Arbiter A3. And everybody should use their A1. The boss should go, and then we should get a cleanse. We get a cleanse right away. So that's an important key function. And we burn through that purple bar. Nobody dies. Yeah, although I do think there's more speed to be had here from changing those first two waves, the AI in those first two waves. Like actually the generic AI with just running it was faster. You could see it was a minute 57 instead of 2:31. That's nice. I do think potentially the value might come from replacing one of these damage. And as much as I don't want to replace a Crizzy, I think she's the one that feels like could be replaced. She's just not as good into waves, and both of those have the 6-star blessing. If we brought Lydia in, Now, Lydia is our fastest champ, right? After Arbiter. So we do opener and then don't use. We'll say, yeah, we don't want to use that, but you can go ahead and use that. That's fine. That's actually fine. And then round 2, we just want to turn it back on, I think. Here. I think we would probably go opener. See if that's any faster. The strengthen should help too, potentially. I turned it off. I could have left it on. That would have actually been smart. The strengthen and the increased speed going in. Yeah, so this is definitely what it took us almost 50 seconds to get through this wave, and we're going to do it in about 20. 20 seconds exactly. So that shaved almost 30 seconds off with that Lydia. Yeah, you definitely have the champions to farm 10. The question is, like, can we get it to 100% and can we get it to a reasonable time? I would say anything under 2 minutes feels relatively reasonable to me. I would love to see it down around 90 seconds or faster. Minute 20, 25 would be great. Eventually, you'll get to the point where, you'll get it under a minute. My Dragon 10, I think, floats around a minute. Like, it's anywhere from, like, I want to say maybe 55 seconds to like a minute 10, depending on certain things. We did have the strengthen up there. Where's our cleanse, though? What happened to our cleanse? There it is. Now we've got the strengthen up again, but we're not going to break the purple bar this time. Something changed there at the end with the cooldowns, but that's okay. If we have the strengthen up, it's not as big a deal. It can be a little bit slower than our fastest one. Uh-oh. Now I'm not even sure we're going to clear it. There we go. Okay. Oh, it was our fastest. Minute 48, 81 turns. So that's, yeah. You could try swapping a Krizia back in maybe for Trunda, but I like the 6-star Trunda blessing. I like this 6-star Ninja blessing. I think this is pretty solid. You can mess around with the AI a little bit. It doesn't feel like it's 100%. It does feel like there's a chance for failure there. I think that would be alleviated maybe with some speed tweaking. I don't think you really need more stats, but I think, maybe like just getting the speeds in the right place so it's predictable when you clear the waves, that might help. But I think that's pretty good. So what did you say? You were also looking for maybe some arena stuff? You're in gold 5. Let's check out your arena team here. All right, let's look at Gizmek. So the thing that I know about Gizmek that's pretty crazy, when I've seen him in arena, is he gets this ability. So he fires this off, gets increased crit damage, increased crit rate, and increased speed to all allies. That gets him an extra turn. He then goes into his second form, which grants him another extra turn. And then he does his AoE with the decreased defense. And I guess it can't be resisted. Are they under HP burns on this one? No. So that would be irresistible if they were under HP burns, but they're not. So grants an extra turn if this attack kills an enemy, which can get you yet another turn. So you can have an extra turn. So buff, extra turn, transform, extra turn, AoE, extra turn, and then he can potentially hit people with his A1 or, I guess, do this. I don't know what that does. But so that's what I've seen. Oh, and they are under HP burns at the start because of his passive? Right. So then this can't be resisted. What about the passive AoE HP burns? If his crit rate is 100%, it can't be resisted. So his crit rate is 100%, so it can't be resisted. So he doesn't need any accuracy. Okay. So this feels kind of crazily good. That's a really nice combo, right? So the question then becomes, do you need the Trunda? Because what's potentially happening here is you're not getting to the Gizmak. Now his damage is HP based. So that's not really something that you can do anything with. So, this is the buff strip and the decreased defense. I'm almost feeling like just throw this in, right? That gives you another turn meter fill, which is going to make it easier to get to your other champions. It also gives you turn meter decrease, a slow on the enemy. It's going to give you an AoE weaken, which you don't have. That's going to allow you. Now you have decreased defense and weaken. Or honestly, you stick with Trunda, right? Because she gets the value of the increased attack, whereas Gizmak doesn't. Now, I don't know which one of these hits harder. Gizmak ostensibly could hit harder, but he doesn't have any blessing, and Trunda has a 6-star blessing, right? So potentially she could be your better damage dealer. She's got 300% crit damage. He's got 248. She's got the 6-star crushing rend. I would probably go with her. I love this combo. This combo of like getting the HP burn out there, getting the extra turn with the increased crit damage, increased crit rate, increased speed, changing forms, hitting, with this skill. But you don't need the decreased defense if you have your Madame Saris, because she puts it out there. And he's not getting the advantage of the increased attack, and he doesn't have a blessing. So as cool as Gizmak is, I feel like this might be a better team without Gizmak. Now, I don't know how fast I don't think your Astrid was fast enough. She's at 215. So if you're running an Arbiter at 364, let's go ahead and pull up the calculator. All right, so 364 divided by 1.3. So you need to run your Astrid over 280 for her to be connected. And then 364 divided by 1.45. Now, she also has turn meter decrease, but to be safe, you'd probably want, 252 on your other champions. Now, Trunda is not running that fast. She's running at 238, which is actually pretty good. If you have enough accuracy on Astrid to land the turn meter decrease, then that will be enough. If you don't, then you're going to get cut in on sometimes. And then where's your Madame Saris? Same thing with Madame Saris. So she's faster than your Trunda just by a little bit. She's got more accuracy than you probably ever need. That's a very, very high accuracy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would run Madame Saris. Like, do you run Madame Saris in live arena? If you do, then maybe you want that. But like right now, what we could do is maybe find a chess piece. Speed and accuracy. Here. What about perception? This one's nice. All right, put that there. And then let's look for All right, and you've given away some substantial accuracy here. You'll get some of it back on glyphs, and you'll get more speed. So you could potentially run her around 270, or maybe some of these pieces go on your Astrid. I don't know. But, this could be a decent swap here. And now you've got her running fast enough. Remember, you need her above 250. So you don't actually need her this fast. But this would be, a good place to potentially camp her at. And then I think your Chunda is going to be okay. But we could look at, these particular pieces, right? Like this is a nice speed piece, but that's crit rate. There's no crit rate here. Yeah, so the question is, could we potentially get her more damage even? Maybe like Cruel or something. Let's... Your Gizmac has got what you need. See if we can get some crit rate rolls here. Even one would be good. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I mean, this is not a bad one. This is actually probably better on her than it is on Physics, so you could do a swap there if you wanted. But obviously, you need to get the Ascension on it because you have the speed. Unless you land with the speed, it's not going to quite be what you want it to be. Attack percentage, attack percentage, attack percentage? Attack percentage on all three of them. Well, you know what's happening there. Wow, flat attack. This is also an option. Or not. Yeah, it seems like, you're in a similar situation to what we were just talking about, where it's like you've got some great damage dealers, and you just don't have enough damage gear for all of your damage dealers. Because you have Gizmac, Ninja, Trunda, Thor. I mean, potentially Wukong, you got Razzlevarg, you got Acrizia. Like, just those champions would soak up all of your great damage gear. And that leaves champions that you would still want to use and maybe have some damage, like Eric's, Neldor, Cryodan. I notice you have, Farrakhan the Fat. I notice you have a Rhonda. Like all of those champions are going to left with really dregs. There's just not enough good gear to go around for all of the damage that you want to do. Rathalos, same thing. I guess, the nice thing is, obviously, Gizmac is an HP based damage dealer, so that is, the gear's a little bit different, but you still need the crit rate, you still need the crit damage, you still need the speed. Ninja, a little bit stat hungry because he needs accuracy. Trunda, if you're going to use her stun, needs accuracy. Wukong, if you're going to use his buff strip, needs accuracy. Thor, if you're going to use the slow, needs accuracy. I want to look at Thor for a second. He's also got the stun, which needs accuracy. got Theodore, right? All of these great damage dealers. I mean, really, really top-notch damage dealers. Seer, right? Crazy. You need gear on her. You also need gear on Artak. So yeah, you're left with sort of a mix, and you might be better off. Like we saw there, so one of the things that we just did, and this is a continuation of the same thought. This is why I'm thinking about this. We were just in Dragon, right? And what we did here is we actually reduced your number of damage dealers, and it sped up the team. Right? Like we didn't lose speed. We decreased the number of damage dealers and we increased the speed result. We also probably increased the success chance a little bit. Right? So one of the reasons is because debuffers are incredibly valuable in producing damage for your team. So having that decreased defense and weaken on Lydia was actually more valuable than having a Crizia in the team with these other two nukers. Now, it's possible for you to look at an entire roster that way. To say, I've got 9 really good damage dealers, and I don't have enough gear to build all of them. But if I put 5 of them away, and I just concentrate the best gear onto 4 of my 9 damage dealers, they may be enough to do everything in the game I need. Maybe. Maybe you need 5, maybe you need 6, but maybe you don't need 9. That's my point. And one of the things that I noticed, and this is just, again, sort of a little bit of the luck of the draw and just the reality of the way Raid kind of designs champions. Gizmak is magic affinity. Ninja is magic affinity. Trunda is magic affinity. Thor is magic affinity. Artak is magic affinity. Razzlevarg is magic affinity. Eric's is magic affinity. You have all these. Rhonda is magic affinity. Even if you go down to Cryodan is magic affinity. You have so many magic affinity damage dealers. By the way, I was talking about your other Artak, but there are 2 Artaks. Okay. So there is an abundance of magic affinity damage dealers here. Now, you do have HP, you have HP burn, you have direct damage, you have, wave clear, you have an HP based nuker, you have a speed based and attack based nuker. Like there's some mix there, but there's still so much overlap that you might just get more value out of reducing the number of damage dealers you're trying to build, concentrate the best gear in just a few of them, and that will allow you to build all of them a little bit better, and then focus some of that gear into other places. Whether that's improving the damage dealers, or we didn't even mention Hefrak. Hefrak's there. That's another great magic-based nuker, I think the natural 2 to go with are these 2, Ninja and Trunda, because they are 6-star blessings. So I can't imagine that anybody else is going to outperform these 2 damage dealers. Even your Acrizia, even your Gizmak, even your Quintus, even your Hefrak with the 3-star blessing. Like these 2 champions are going to out-hit everybody. So I would really lean into these 2. Make them absolutely as good as you can. So if you can get a little bit more speed, a little bit more crit damage, a little more accuracy onto Trunda, like I would. If you can, with Ninja's almost perfect. The only thing I would really push here is if you could push the crit damage, I would push it. And you can afford to give away a little bit of accuracy, because unless you're using him in arena, he doesn't need 475 accuracy, especially if he also has, so he's going to get this additional 20. He's going to get this additional 16 potentially. So I don't think you need all of this accuracy. You could potentially give a little bit away in order to get more damage. If you can, maybe you can't, maybe you can't. But I mean, you've built the champions the right way. It's just a lot of gear, a lot of gear is hard to find. So going back to arena, one thing I would consider is how you want to use Wukong. Wukong doesn't give you a drop defense. like Madame Saris does. But he also can deal with Stone Skin. He can also, like, maybe not a lot better, but a little bit better than she can. And he also hits really hard. And look, you've got him in so much damage, and this is where your Swift Parry gear is. Wow, he's actually built pretty well. I wouldn't mind a little more accuracy on him, but 252 speed with 280% crit damage. That's a really nice Wukong with 5K, over 5K. Yeah, I mean, he's just, I would probably try to get another 50 to 100 accuracy on him if I could. That's the only thing he's really lacking. He's in a pretty beautiful place. Let's look at Madame Saris for a second. 242. She's got the accuracy. That's the real benefit she has over him. But he's actually faster. A little bit. He's about 10 faster. Right? 242, 252, yeah. So he's actually fast enough for your current speed tune. You could put him in here. So you could do this and this. And that would actually be speed tuned once you got Astrid to the right place. Right? The one thing is Trunda would technically need like 10 more speed, but, or 12 more speed, 13 speed. But not if Astrid has enough accuracy, And this is awesome because this also has one champion of each affinity, and then you can just do that quest without even changing your team. So I really like this. This doesn't give you the decreased defense, but I think that the Wukong actually more than makes up for it in terms of the damage. But I still, again, if you don't want to bring him in, you've got your Madame Saris, and I think this is so good. I don't think you need Gizmek. As fun as he is, and I would break him out every once in a while just for fun, I think this is your go first team. Or this is your go first team. Sorry, I switched off the Discord. Yeah, so if you're looking for 3v3 arena, this is where you're doing the right thing here. You're farming down. But so it's like, how many teams? Oops. Yeah, okay. All right, so let's talk about like the teams that you have going on here, right? Because you definitely have one good go first team. You probably don't have two. Because you don't have enough turn meter fillers, but you have UDK that gives you a nice foundation for a go second team. Mithrala is also great for a go second team. Wukong can be great on a go second team because he just comes back again and again and again. And then, potentially you can find another. So like, for instance, this team right here, new team 11, right? With like Eric's, with the counter attack, with the AoE attack, you've got Wukong. The thing that this lacks is a reviver. So you could put a reviver in Wukong's spot instead, but I like the buff strip, so I really like this. You could also make Wukong the lead, right? You can definitely do that. You could potentially put Ancora in here. She would actually work pretty well in this team. Again, I think this go first team is not quite set up, right? Like, so I think your go first team needs to be improved. And that's probably going to happen with Astrid because you don't really have another champion that I think is going to make it work. So you need to get Astrid to that 285 speed range, and then she's going to be beautiful. And if you have her with like 350 accuracy, say, she's going to be beautiful for that. She's going to still be awesome in Hydra. She's going to be even better in Hydra once you get her up to those speeds and that accuracy. So this team, basically, you take out Ninja, you put in Astrid, and you're good. You keep Wukong in a second team. I like him with, this is kind of a decent system. I would say if you're going with this, though, pull Eric's and put in Mithrala again. Go back to Mithrala. Because Mithrala is going to give you a cleanse. She's going to give you shields. She's going to give you increased attack, increased defense. and she's going to give you that petrification potential. So now you're actually rocking kind of two crowd control champions. And then Wukong by himself, the way you have him built, should be enough damage over time. Like there are some teams that aren't going to work, but that would be enough. The thing about this is arena offense, right? So it's like when you're actually farming like true defenses at the end of the week before reset, you have to pick the teams that you can go into. So you actually don't really have to change this team up. This could be your defense team, and that would be fine. But think about Mithrala in that spot when you start picking your teams. When I am actually pushing to try to get promoted, I manually create my teams based on like every single enemy I fight, I have different teams. I don't just have 3 presets. I might have 1 preset, right? I might have my go first preset, but even that one could be swapped out because sometimes I might put Wukong in here. Sometimes I might put a 3rd turn meter filler. Sometimes I might need, 2 nukers because I know that like I don't have enough damage to do it with 1 or whatever. Like, so it's like sometimes I even change that. But I like this. If you pull Ninja out and you put Ashid in, I like that. I like this. You can always swap that out. You could put Mithrala in there. You could also put Ancora in here. I think Ancora would work really well with this. She gives you that A1 like chance for a cooldown reduction. She gives you the cleanse, which is nice. She gives you the potential for revive, which would be on, you'd only need it on UDK, right? Like he's literally the only champion you would revive here. Because the other 2 champions are self-reviving, both Blizzar and Wukong self-revive. But yeah, I think Mithrala would Mithrala or Ancora there would really work well. This team is kind of interesting. I do, one of the things about Gizmak is Gizmak might work really well on a go second team as well. So I like him with Kyoku. I also like him with UDK. I like him with Mithrala. You could certainly do any of those. If you're going to have a team like this, though, you probably want an AoE reviver. And I don't know, let me see who your AoE revivers are, other than Arbiter. I mean, that's a single target revive. She's a conditional reviver. I don't see another AoE revive. More to Macabre in the future. Oh, Cardinal. Cardinal could be it. And she is a great champion to build a go second team around as well. She could work really well with Gizmak. Put her in Stoneskin. Put her in Stoneskin with Gizmak. That could be a crazy strong combo. That would be fun. Because everybody dies. Then he would have to die, I guess. He would have to die. But he could come back. And obviously you have Quintus. We didn't even talk about, I don't want to talk too much about more damage dealers. One of the things you can think about is UDK counters. So like, who do you have that counters a UDK team? And I think, you have Wukong who does decently well into UDK. Hefrak is great on a go second team as well. Obviously, Loki is kind of cool in arena, but I don't know how strong I think he actually is. You got the buff strips from Cythalia here as well. That's a 3rd buff stripper if you need it. Which you probably don't. It's not bad to have. You actually have 4, right? Because you also have Seer. Seer is an interesting go second with a Cardinal. That actually is kind of cool. You need her to be near the end of your turn order, but it basically allows you to run a string of supports into your Seer, plus the enemy probably has all their buffs up. So if you're running a high accuracy Seer, you can hit extremely hard and nuke out a team. But yeah, I think conceptually you got some good ideas here. I just think it's about refining a little bit. Who's going to be your UDK solution? Who's going to be your Armon's Wukong solution? Who's going to be your Stoneskin solution? Who do you take into Torment teams? Who do you take into like Ankora and Narcissus teams? Who do you take into Terrace and Marishka? Or do you avoid those champions entirely? You know, do you avoid those teams entirely? Ally attack would be really nice into UDK, like I said. Sometimes this is a concept. Do we have a spot? No. So this is a concept team sometimes that I'll run, which will be something like I mean, if you've done blender comps before, it's basically a blender comp. But I like a blender comp a little bit different. Like there's sort of a new style. I guess I could even use, it'd probably be like Arbiter. I guess you could use Lanathril too, but so it would be something like this, and then I'm trying to see if you actually have him. You don't. So somebody who's got an AoE A1, or somebody who has like Thor, who can like proc a passive. I was actually looking for Phoenix, somebody who has a block revive. You can use an ally attack into a block revive, and you have Phoenix at the back. So what happens is basically you use the AoE hitter, in this case Eric's, to kind of do the damage to weaken whoever you're targeting, and then Phoenix single targets them and block revives them. And that can be really useful against a Wukong or against a team that has like 2 revivers or something, where they have like a Siphi and a Duchess or whatever, and you just like, you know, you're only going to get one shot, like that first shot to kill, you know, their DPS, whoever it is. Sometimes you can even use somebody who has like a cool, like an allele. So he's actually pretty good. Now I know you don't have this champion, but you can see what I'm just trying to like show you what my theory craft is around ally attack. So like I have an allele right now. What he has on his A1 is steals all buffs from the target the first time this champion hits them with a skill. This effect cannot be resisted. So he can steal Stone Skin. Now, Stone Skin still has a 50% chance of being resisted, but I don't need accuracy for this. Right? So you can use an ally attack to activate this, even if he's running slowly. And then once the Stone Skin is removed, you can potentially hit with the AoE. He's also got an A2 that ignores Stone Skin. So that gives me 2 chances. Like, this is a chance to remove the Stone Skin. This is a chance to ignore the Stone Skin and kill the enemy. So, you know, if you have cool A1s, you can sometimes, like, you don't have to go with an AoE A1 in a blender comp, is sort of my point. You can go with people who have, you know, interesting A1s that do additional effect. Live Arena. I have some tips for Live Arena. Live Arena is going to be, for you, a lot about getting some good Stone Skin on those on those champions. But also, you're going to have like you have to have a go first strategy, and then you have to have a backup when that fails. Because you can only ban one champion, and usually it's for where you are. Like, let's see where you are in Live Arena. You are in Gold 3. So actually you're higher than I am. You're getting up to that point where it's like, you know, is Armand's even the big issue, or is it more like Narcissus and Ankora, or is it, you know, Taras and Marishka? Is it Marius? You know, is it Marius that's the issue? So yeah, really there it's about getting a bunch of great Stone Skin sets, and you don't really have the roster of supports that you need at this point for that location. You know, you're getting there. You have the damage dealers. You have the damage dealers, but you don't really have the roster of supports yet. So I don't know that I can give you much advice. You're already doing great with what you've got. But, you know, have a go second strategy. have a go first strategy, have some flex strategies. One thing you could do around in live arena is Hefrak. Hefrak is a really good option in live arena, especially for a go second team. You know, because so many people come in with Stone Skin, but if they're running faster than you, their Stone Skin will drop before yours. Right? So if you have a 2-turn Stone Skin, they have a 2-turn Stone Skin, but they're going faster, then they lose their Stone Skins before you do, and all you have to do is outlast them, as long as they don't have an ignore defense. I would say you certainly want to think of Ancora or Mithrala as key components of the tier that you're at, because you need an AoE cleanse. You have to have an AoE cleanse, and you have to have a high resistance cleanser. And Mithrala is the easiest one to do that with. But Ancora is so valuable, especially if you ever pull Narcissus. So, you know, and the other thing is, like, by picking Ancora, you can, that's like a ban for your enemy. Like, now they can't use the Ancora Narcissus combo, right? So she gets first picked a lot, probably where you are. And, you know, that's an option for you as well. Yeah, you're doing the right thing. You're doing the right thing. And then the other thing, what you asked was Hydra. Let's look at Hydra. $146 million on Nightmare. I like that team. I like that team. I would suggest, no, I don't even know. I was going to say you could consider swapping out Ugo for Wukong. Because it gives you a buff strip. But I actually don't think that's really necessary. The biggest issue is probably speed. It's probably the same thing here. Like, can you get an AoE slow on the enemy? And then can you get increased speed and turn meter fill on your team? So, like, Astrid here, a really fast Astrid would probably speed things up for you a little bit. The question is, where do you put her? And again, I think you're in the same place where it's like, do you need 3 damage dealers here? Or are 2 going to be enough if everybody's going faster? And I think realistically, 2 are probably going to be enough if everybody's going faster. That's Gizmek's job. Yeah, you're right, because he has that passive where he speeds everybody up on crits, and you have 3 champions who should be critting. Which is not nothing. You know, it's not nothing. But it still feels slow to me. You know, and like you could say, okay, what about an Inquisitor Shamil in the place of Rector? But Rector is giving you sustain. She's giving you additional mitigations. And she's giving you she's your only real reviver, because Ugo you can't count on to revive. So I like this team. I think it's great. I don't know about like Trunda in the place of Acrizia. Would that be better? Have you tried that? Because again, with that 6-star blessing, you know, and she has more crit damage. Trunda's on the normal team. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense to put Acrizia up here because she's a max HP nuker, and Trunda is not, so it makes sense to put her on the lower one. I was just curious about the difference because Trunda's built more strongly. I think theoretically Acrizia should be here. I'm not saying she shouldn't. I was just wondering if that would give you more damage. But again, does it matter? You know, like, it really only matters in Clash. Who's your provoke champion? Gizmak doesn't have a... Oh, does Gizmak have a provoke? See, this is the problem. I don't know these mythicals very well. Put them in a second. No provoke. Who are your provoke champions? All right, so for this particular composition, and this is just something that I like. It's not necessary, but it's something that I like, which is, oops, did I just pass? No, where were you? There you are. Oops, Glass Clan boss. Okay. So I really like Mithrala and Vizix together. I think they're a fantastic duo for Hydra because they bring so many of the things you need. Vizix gives you an AoE provoke and an AoE slow and an ally protect. And then Mithrala gives you the cleanse, the increased defense, the strengthen, and the shield, plus the hex. So you're getting so much of what you need out of two champions who are both void affinity and will never weak hit. So you don't have to worry about the weak hits. You still have to worry about 3% resistances, but you don't have to worry about the weak hits. So that really gives you a ton. That gives you so much. And without a provoke here, you have to, like, so you're not running fast, and the Hydra heads are getting their cleanses off, right? The head of decay. The head of decay is cleansing your debuffs frequently because he's not provoked at all. So I think you need to find a way to get provoke in here, and Vizix is probably your best champion to do that. Now Wixwell is also an option, but I don't know that that's the best option. I think Vizix is the better option, especially for like Nightmare. And what you might want to do is say, okay, I need. It's really going to be hard. I wish I was more of a Hydra guy right now. So I'm looking at your team and I'm like, I like what you're doing here. I get the synergies, but I don't know, like, if we break this synergy to bring in another one, how much would we gain or lose? So for instance, like I might say something, you're out of keys, so I can't do a team there. But like if we look at some of these other teams, let's look at some of these other teams. All right, that's a bonkers team. Yeah, so see here, we have Nekmothar who's giving us speed. We have a speed aura, and then we have the increased speed and the turn meter fill. So when you look at this team isn't carrying a ton of damage. It has Mishinaki, who's a very good damage dealer, and it's got a Krizia, who's outstanding. And then you've got Grazur, who's support, Ugo, who's support, Nekma, who's support, and Duchess, who's support. And yet, this team, despite only carrying like 1.5 damage dealers, or I should call Mishinaki a damage dealer. He's a damage dealer. So 2 damage dealers, they're doing 324 million. Right? Whereas if we look at you, you know, down here, it's like you've got great champions, you got very powerful champions, but you're not getting the same result. And one of the reasons I think is, even though if we look at this one again, where was it? This one, right? It's like, okay, so you've got a provoke, you've got an increased speed, and you've got a decreased speed. That's the difference. There's not a ton of sustain here. There's not a ton of healing. There's a little bit of healing, a little bit of cleansing, a block debuffs, you know, but like this is really just about controlling the fight, not trying to burst damage. A Krizia will always hit hard in it. Like if we look at this, she's probably doing most of the damage. Yeah, she's doing almost half of the damage of the team. Right? Because she's getting more turns and because she's so good. She's your best damage dealer. Mishinaki carrying, you know, a lot of the load, but you can see he's only doing half of what she's doing. And Grazura is doing, you know, decent. Nekmo's actually doing a lot of damage there at 35 million. But so I think speed is underrated. You know, like I don't know that you need what amounts to 4 damage dealers. I guess 3 damage dealers. You know, it's like if we pull one of these damage dealers out and we can get you more speed, each of those damage dealers is going to do more damage. So, you know, I think Acrisia could really, really jump here. Like Gizmak, you can see how little damage he's doing. He's only doing 15 million here. He's doing less than Mithrala. So he's not here for damage. And if he's not doing damage, I don't think his increased speed is enough. All of a sudden, you bring in Astrid. What does she give you that Gizmak isn't giving you? Well, you get the increased attack. You get an increased speed buff for your team. You get a decreased AoE speed for the enemy team. And even without a provoke, that means they're getting fewer turns and you're getting more turns. They're cleansing their debuffs less frequently. You're getting your debuffs up more frequently. And your nukers are hitting more frequently. And they're hitting harder. So that just feels like moving in the right direction for me. It's not perfect because we still don't have a provoke. You know what I mean? Like, but it feels like we're going in the right direction. If you took Gizmak out and you did a Vizix, you would lose some speed here, which I wouldn't love. But you would have the decreased speed on the enemy, which might balance out your loss of turn meter fill. And then you have that provoke, which means fewer cleanses, maybe no cleanses. And now you're going to do more damage that way as well. So, you know, it feels to me like Gizmak needs to come out of this team. And I would love to see everybody faster. Everybody faster. You know, we already know Mithrala is running too slow. Right? Mithrala here is at 229. She needs to be at like 260, 270. Great accuracy, you know, but you want to look for speed substats. Like, did we roll into speed substats here? It's like, we missed the roll here. We missed the roll here. We got one roll here. We have no roll here. We got one roll here. The boots are okay, but it doesn't have speed as a substat. It's still okay. You got one roll here. It's not even glyphed, you know. Can we get some feral on her? Look at this. Like, this could be a great replacement, right? Potentially. Want to roll that? Let's do it one time. Boom. Come on. Well, you know, or like these, you know, get some pinpoint. 2 pieces of pinpoint here would speed her up. And that would be significant. And then, you know, replace this helmet. Like, get this helmet out of there. So I would say a mix of feral and pinpoint, you know, if you can, plus speed substats. Get her to at least 250, 260. At least. At the very least. You should be able to get another 30 speed onto this champion without losing any accuracy. You may even gain accuracy by switching to pinpoint or feral. And then I think, you know, find a way to get a more valuable support champion in there than Gizmak. And I think Astrid, you know, you have her currently in Curse. So if you're using her in a lower tier of, you know, Hydra, then I think you need to swap in somebody else. Now, another option would be Lydia. Lydia is running fast. She's at 283, and she brings a speed buff. Right? She brings an increased speed buff. She brings a decreased defense and weaken. Those are other ways to get additional damage out there. So she certainly works really well. She pairs really well with Shamael. I don't know if you have one and you just haven't built them. I thought I saw one before, but it might have been the other takeover. Oh, there's your Phoenix. Yeah, so I don't know if you have a Shamael. Doesn't look like okay. But what I was going to say is Lydia pairs really well with Shamael because which one is it? Attacks enemy champions with the skill whenever they place a fear on an ally. So remember that the head of torment places fears on your allies. Shamail removes him, shoots the head of torment in the face, but then Lydia also attacks. So you get an extra hit, and potentially if you have her in War Master, that means every time she attacks, you get a chance for a War Master proc. So that's a nice little combo there as well. But Lydia could be an improvement over Gizmak potentially. I think Astrid could be an improvement over Gizmak, and I think that Vizix, when she's 6-starred and booked and all that, she could be an improvement over Gizmak. I would try those 3 champions first. Just see which one works for you. My guess is you'll get more damage, but you'll have to try it out to see it. Gizmek does increase speed and decrease speed. Okay, let me look. He does the increased speed here. And he does a decreased speed here. Okay, so he does those. I thought you said you used him in the second form, though. Do you use him in the first form? Support form. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so then, with the increased speed and the decreased speed, that you have at least that, you're right. And then you do have the turn meter fill. So Gizmak is giving you something there. So it seems more similar to Astrid, right? Who gives you an increased speed. She's going to give you an increased attack, which is going to improve a little bit of damage. And then decrease speed. She's got a weaken out there that's going to improve a little bit of damage. And then she's also got a little bit of sustain here. So whenever this champion or an ally has their turn meter increased, heals all allies based on their max HP. So that's a little bit of sustain. You lose the HP burns. But Gizmak's HP burns are on the passive. Yeah. First once per round. And then 50%. Okay. Yeah, so maybe it's a little bit trickier, but I still think that you've got to find a way to get a provoke into that team. I think that's the biggest thing. Every time the Head of Decay cleanses the Hydra heads, you lose so much value in terms of damage. You lose so much value in terms of just like control of the fight. Every time it cleanses, like even if it's just a cleanse of a decreased speed, that's a pain because now they start going faster compared to you again, so it's like, and maybe Gizmak isn't the problem. Maybe you need to get somebody else out of there. But you shouldn't need 3 damage dealers to free people from heads if you're going fast. I never do. I've never had an issue with that. Again, maybe the Wukong in place of the Yugo. Right? You lose the decreased defense, but you get the buff strip. And then you have that ignored defense, and you have a kind of a third nuker to potentially help free people up. And then you put the Astrid in place of the Gizmak. You have the same control with a little bit of turn meter fill with the increased attack, and the weaken replaces the decreased defense you lose from the Ugo. And you lose a little bit of healing and a mini cleanse. It's hard to say. It's tricky, right? Hydra is tricky because you're trying to cram like 25 skills into 6 champions. It's like there's so many things you're trying to get into that team. But yeah, you have a really nice account and you're doing really well on it. I think both of the accounts today look great, and it seems like both players have understood, a lot of what's going on in Raid. The primary concern that I have is always going to be currently speed. Is getting enough speed. And I think on this particular account, there is a leaning towards too many damage dealers and not enough into the supports. And it's not necessarily the number of damage dealers that you're building. It's also like that they're soaking up the best gear and they're stronger than a lot of the supports. So you have supports here that could potentially play roles, if they were built a little bit better. And they're like a little bit on the weak side, in a lot of cases because of the speed. Like they're just not fast enough to really be top-notch supports. I didn't even see you had 2 Ugos here. I mean, I think Lydia's built well. She's the one really, really well-built support. And now Arbiter's getting there. She's getting closer. Could be faster. Astrid's so good. She's so good for PvE. She's good for PvP too. I would really lean into her. I would make her like 300 speed, 400 accuracy. And if you could throw crit rate and crit damage into, like, do it, you know? And yeah, if you could do it in a curse set, awesome. If you can't, I don't care. Put her in speed, put her in accuracy, perception. Like this champion brings so much to PvE. She is incredibly good. But yeah, I'm glad you finally got your takeover, man. I'm glad you finally got your takeover. And again, remember, like, I'm the free-to-play guy. I don't know about all these mythical champions. So if I'm missing stuff, if I'm giving you bad advice on Gizmak and you're just like, hey, no, I know how to use Gizmak, I'm doing well with him, then that's fine. But still consider sort of the theory stuff that we're talking about, which is like, when you go faster, everybody becomes more valuable, including your damage dealers. So damage isn't just about the hardest hits, right? It's about all of the things that lend itself to creating damage. And going faster, going first is important. Going faster is important. Having debuffs is important. Having buffs on your champion is important. Uptime of debuffs. Uptime of debuffs. Crowd control of the enemy for wave content. You know, like coming back around to critical skills like heals and cleanses and, you know, shields, strengthens, those kinds of things. All of that is really, really important. Speed is the universal multiplier. I say this all the time. I love that phrase. Speed is the universal multiplier. It makes everybody better at everything that they do because they just do it more frequently. So sometimes I think we get a little bit too caught up with the big numbers, you know, especially when you're looking at like a Trunda and you're like, oh, I want her at 300% crit damage. You know, I want her at 6,000 attack or 7,000 attack. It's like, well, what's her speed though? 238. This speed is okay. The attack is awesome. Crit damage is awesome. The speed is okay. If you could just find a way to add 20 speed to her, you know, she would shoot through the roof. And now that you've added speed to her, adding speed to the team composition with turn meter fills and increased speed buffs and stuff like that even multiplies her additional speed more, you know? So she's coming back 2-3 times before the boss even takes a turn and just crushing stuff. So that's sort of my philosophy for a lot of this. But, you know, you do have these champions like Acrizia and Gizmak that I don't have, that I've never played with, and I probably never will. So, you know, if I'm missing something on this, then you have to take that into account as well. Yeah, you are welcome. All right, thank you to both of my takeover winners for today, Lucifer and BM. I'm glad you were able to get it. And yeah, hopefully this is helpful. Definitely keep me updated. Let me know what you think. And by the way, to everybody, if you are interested in King Arthur, we do have a clan. I'm going to have to go jump into the clan right now because I actually, I dropped my clan and you get locked out for 24 hours. So I'm hoping there's a spot in the Colred Plays clan for Colred. Hopefully there is. But we're playing some King Arthur and it's really fun. And also good luck with your fusion if you're doing your fusion. So that is it for me today. I'll be back with regular videos starting tomorrow and look for another King Arthur video at least next week. I think in like the next 5 days, I have to do another one, something like that. So that will be coming, but maybe we'll do a King Arthur live stream as well if people are interested in that. If you are, hit me up in the Discord and let me know. All right. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I'll see you soon. Have a good one.